The year was 2018, late October. I was 42 years old, living in a small town nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains of North Carolina. It had been almost 2 years since my ex-wife, Karen, passed away. We had been divorced for 5 years before that, and I hadn't really seen her much since then. The memories of our time together were tangled with regret and anger, but after she died, the silence she left behind was heavy. I had inherited the cabin she owned out by the edge of the forest, a place I hadn't been since the divorce. It was a modest, weathered wooden cabin on the edge of a small clearing surrounded by dense pine trees. It sat near a slow creek, the water always cold and clear, the sound of it constant, like a low hum that you stop noticing after a while. The cabin itself had no electricity, just a wood stove for heat and oil lamps for light. I hadn't planned on staying there, not at first, but after Karen's death, the house I lived in felt too empty, too full of memories that were sharper and more painful than the ones I had in that cabin. I needed a break from everything: people, the city, the coldness of the world I thought I knew. So I packed some clothes, my old hunting rifle, a few canned goods, and a flashlight and drove out there. The drive was long, twisting through narrow mountain roads lined by towering oaks and maples just beginning to shed their leaves. The air smelled of wet earth and moss, a scent I hadn't smelled in years. I could feel the quiet settling in around me as I got closer, like the forest itself was breathing slower. I arrived just before dusk, the sky streaked with orange and purple. The cabin looked exactly the same as I remembered. The wood was faded and cracked, and the small porch sagged in the middle, but it felt familiar. I didn't expect to feel a pang of something like comfort. The door creaked when I opened it. Dust floated in the fading light, catching the last rays of the sun. The inside was cold and smelled of old wood and damp leaves. I set my pack down and lit the wood stove. The fire sputtered before catching, and the warmth slowly spread through the room. I moved around, brushing aside cobwebs, checking the corners for signs of animals or damage. Nothing was out of place, but the silence was thick, heavier than I expected. I spent that first night sitting by the fire, staring into the flames, thinking about Karen. Not the good memories, there weren't many, but just the fact that she was gone and that this cabin was now mine. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes and making the pine trees groan. The creek murmured somewhere nearby, steady and constant. I fell asleep eventually, the fire dying down, wrapped in a heavy blanket. The next day, I decided to explore the woods around the cabin. The forest was dense, the ground soft and mossy underfoot. I walked for miles, the trees stretching high above, blocking most of the sunlight. I didn't expect to find anything but peace. Instead, I found old signs of people. Broken glass bottles, an old rusted can, footprints that didn't look recent but were clear enough to make me think someone else had been around. That unsettled me, but I shrugged it off. People hiked here sometimes. As evening came, I started back toward the cabin. The sky was already darkening when I heard the first sound. Footsteps. Not mine, but something else following me. I stopped and listened, heart pounding. The footsteps stopped when I did. I waited, the hair on the back of my neck rising. No wind, no animals, just silence. Then a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I turned fast, the flashlight beam slicing through the dark. Nothing. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. I kept walking faster, trying to ignore the growing tightness in my chest. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the door and checked the windows twice. The silence inside was almost worse than the noises outside. That night, I barely slept. Every crack in the wood, every creak of the old cabin set my nerves on edge. I kept the rifle close, even though I knew there was probably nothing to worry about. Still, the feeling of being watched settled deep inside me. Over the next few days, I tried to get back into a routine. I chopped wood for the stove, cleaned up the porch, and tried to clear my mind. But the sense that something wasn't right never left. I found more signs around the cabin. A footprint in the soft earth by the door, broken branches on the path leading to the creek, a faint smell like smoke but no fire. One afternoon, I spotted something else. From the porch, I saw a figure moving just beyond the trees. At first, it was just a shape, but then it stepped into a patch of sunlight. A man, tall, wearing dark clothes, his face hidden by a hood. I froze. He looked at me but didn't move. Then he disappeared back into the forest. I called out, but my voice seemed swallowed by the trees. No reply. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to run, the other part wanted to confront him, but I stayed inside, locking the doors and windows again. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the dark, the rifle on my lap, listening to the wind and the occasional rustle outside. Days passed and the figure didn't come back. But the footsteps, the broken branches, the odd smells, they kept happening. I began to hear faint sounds at night, soft scraping noises on the cabin walls, barely audible but enough to make me jump every time. I thought about leaving, but the cabin felt like a prison once I was gone. I couldn't go back to the city yet, not after what happened with Karen. This place was all I had left to connect with anything real. One evening, as the sun was setting, I noticed something new. The creek had risen, and the water was muddy and fast. The path to the forest was flooded in places. I thought maybe the rain upstream was heavy. I looked down at the ground near the cabin and saw fresh footprints leading from the edge of the woods toward the porch, then stopping right at the door. They were large, maybe a size 12 boot. Whoever had been here wasn't messing around. The next morning, I woke early and checked the perimeter of the cabin. I found small piles of stones arranged near the trees. Odd patterns, almost deliberate. I didn't know what to make of it, but the unease inside me grew stronger. I took the rifle and decided to walk deeper into the forest, hoping to find some sign of who had been around. The forest was darker and thicker than I remembered, the underbrush tangled and wet. I followed the creek upstream, stepping carefully over fallen logs and slippery rocks. After a while, I came to a small clearing I had never seen before. In the center was an old, abandoned hunting stand made of rough wood, leaning and half broken. Nearby were more footprints, fresh and heading back toward the cabin. I knew then I wasn't alone, and whatever had been watching me wasn't just passing through. Someone was living nearby, hiding in the woods. I didn't know if they meant harm or if they were just a drifter, but I felt the weight of danger heavier than before. I returned to the cabin, locking the door with shaking hands. That night, I barely ate or slept. Every noise was louder, every shadow deeper. I could hear twigs snapping outside, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move past the window, but when I looked, nothing was there. I decided to stay awake all night, sitting by the stove with the rifle across my lap. Hours passed, slow and heavy. Then I heard it, a faint tapping at the window, slow and deliberate. My heart stopped. I didn't move, just stared at the glass. The tapping continued, then stopped. I didn't wait to see more. I loaded the rifle and moved toward the door. Outside, the forest was silent, the night thick with fog rolling in from the creek. I shone the flashlight around but saw nothing. Then, just as I turned back, I caught movement, a figure slipping behind the trees. The man from before. I raised the rifle and called out without words, just a shout of warning. The figure disappeared, running deeper into the woods. I didn't chase him. I didn't want to get lost or worse. The next day, I packed what I could and left the cabin. I told myself I would come back with help or not at all. But deep down, I knew the cabin was no longer mine. It belonged to the forest, to whoever haunted those woods. Karen was gone, and so was any hope that this place could be a refuge. Months later, I sold the cabin to someone else, warned them about the woods, the footsteps, and the feeling of being watched. I don't know if they stayed or left, but for me, the cabin is a closed chapter, a place where memories and shadows live together, and where I learned that some places are best left alone. It was the summer of 1998 when I first went to my friend Clara's grandmother's cabin out in northern Michigan. Clara and I had been friends since middle school, but I had never been to her family's cabin before. I was 17 and she was 18, and that year she invited me along with her and 2 other friends to spend a weekend there. The cabin belonged to her grandma, Ruth, an older woman who lived in a small town about 40 minutes away. The cabin was in a dense forest near a large lake, far enough from the nearest main road that cell phones didn't work, and the electricity was off for most of the year. I remember that first afternoon when we arrived. The sun was low but still warm, filtering through the thick trees that lined the gravel road leading to the cabin. The air smelled clean and piney. Clara had warned me that it wasn't a fancy place, more like a hunting cabin, rustic and old, but I liked the idea of escaping the city noise for a while. Her grandma wasn't there. She lived in town and only came up occasionally. We had the place to ourselves. The cabin was small, built from rough timber, with a front porch that creaked underfoot. The windows had simple curtains, and the door was heavy, with an old iron latch. Inside, the floors were wooden planks worn smooth by years of use. There was a small kitchen area, a wood-burning stove, a dining table with 4 chairs, and 2 bedrooms at the back. The walls were lined with old photographs of family and black and white landscapes. Everything smelled faintly of dust and wood smoke. We unloaded our bags and started getting settled. Clara's other friends, Mike and Jess, were both excited to be out in the woods, talking about fishing and swimming in the lake nearby. I felt a little nervous but didn't say anything. I was used to the city, and this kind of isolation felt strange. After unpacking, we decided to explore a bit. The forest around the cabin was thick, full of tall pines and hardwood trees. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves, and the only sounds were birds, the occasional rustle of small animals, and the far-off lap of lake water. We walked a short trail down to the water's edge, where a small dock extended into the lake. The water was clear, reflecting the cloudy sky. We skipped stones and made plans for fishing tomorrow. That night, after dinner, canned beans warmed over the stove and some bread we had brought. We sat on the porch with flashlights. The stars were bright and sharp in the dark sky, nothing like the blurry glow of the city. The quiet was deep. I noticed how every little sound, a snapping twig or the call of an owl, seemed louder in the silence. We talked about stupid things, made jokes to break the tension, but I kept feeling like I was being watched. I told myself it was just my imagination. Forests can play tricks on the mind. Shadows move strangely. The breeze can sound like whispers. The first night, I slept in the smaller bedroom. It was colder than I expected, and I left the window cracked a bit. Around 3 a.m., I woke suddenly. At first, I thought it was just a dream slipping away, but then I heard it clearly. A crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves, right outside the window. I lay still, heart pounding. The porch light was off, and the trees around the cabin were black shapes in the moonlight. The sound came again. Slow steps, deliberate, moving past the window and fading away into the forest. I wanted to wake the others, but didn't want to seem paranoid. I stared at the ceiling until dawn, too tense to sleep. The next day was bright and sunny, and I tried to push the night's fear from my mind. We went fishing, swam in the cold lake, and explored more trails. The woods were beautiful, peaceful, but sometimes I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure standing between the trees, or a shadow that vanished when I looked directly. I told Clara about the footsteps, and she said it was probably hunters or campers passing through. The area was popular with hunters in fall, but it was summer now, so it didn't make much sense. She shrugged it off, but I could see she was a little uneasy too. That evening, while Mike and Jess went to fetch water from a nearby stream, Clara and I stayed at the cabin. I noticed the door to the cellar was slightly open. Ruth had told Clara before that the cellar was used to store firewood and canned food. We never needed to go down there during the day, but I decided to check it out. The cellar was a narrow stairway with rough wooden steps leading down into a dark, cramped space. The air was cooler and smelled musty. I felt along the walls and found stacks of old jars, dried herbs, and some tools. Nothing unusual, but the deeper I went, the more the darkness pressed in. I thought I heard a faint scraping noise, like something moving across the floor below, but I couldn't see anything in the dim light. I hurried back upstairs and told Clara, but she said it was probably just a rat or a mouse. Still, the feeling stayed with me. That night, the footsteps came again, louder and closer. This time, I was ready. I grabbed the flashlight and slipped out quietly onto the porch. The air was still and cool, the sky clear. I scanned the tree-line, shining the beam into the shadows, but no one was there. The sounds stopped suddenly, like they vanished. I stayed out there for a while, feeling exposed in the dark. My mind ran through every possible explanation. Hunters, pranksters, even animals, but none quite fit. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure, then went back inside. The next morning, Mike found the back door ajar. None of us had left it open. We checked the yard and found fresh footprints in the soft earth. Large boots, definitely not animal tracks. The prints led to the tree line, then vanished. We all felt a shift then. What we thought was a quiet weekend had turned into something tense. We stayed inside most of the day, taking turns keeping watch by the windows. That afternoon, Clara decided to call her grandma in town to ask if anyone was supposed to be around the cabin. Ruth was surprised by the news and said she hadn't heard anything unusual. She promised to come up the next day. That night, we heard voices, low and muffled, like people whispering just outside the perimeter. No one dared to look out. I sat by the window, flashlight ready. The porch light flickered once, then went out. The cabin plunged into darkness except for the moonlight filtering through the curtains. Then came the banging on the walls. Heavy, solid knocks, one after another, as if someone was trying to break in. We scrambled for anything to defend ourselves. A heavy cast iron pan, a metal rod, kitchen knives. The banging stopped as suddenly as it started. Silence returned, thick and heavy. We held our breath, waiting. After a long minute, nothing more happened. When dawn finally broke, we went outside to check. The trees were undisturbed, no signs of anyone hiding, but the door had fresh scratches near the lock, and the porch steps showed more boot prints. Ruth arrived that morning, an older woman with strong hands and a sharp look. She listened carefully as we told her everything. Then she told us something that chilled me deeper than anything else. Years ago, she said, a man had lived in the woods nearby, a drifter who kept to himself but was known to be dangerous. After a woman in town disappeared under mysterious circumstances, the police suspected him. They searched the forest but never found conclusive evidence. The man was never caught, but the legend of him lingered, and locals warned against wandering too far into the woods alone. Ruth believed he might still be around, hiding in the shadows, watching the cabin. She told us she wanted to stay, but she also understood if we wanted to leave. We agreed to pack up and go back to town that day. As we gathered our things, I noticed the cellar door was wide open again. I glanced inside but saw nothing except the usual jars and tools. Still, the scraping noise came again, faint but real. We didn't stay to investigate further. Driving away from the cabin, The forest grew smaller in the rearview mirror, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me for weeks after. Looking back, the experience taught me that sometimes fear isn't about monsters or ghosts. It's about real people, real dangers, and the way the unknown can fill your mind with suspicion and dread. The woods were beautiful and peaceful most of the time, but when you know someone might be hiding in them, waiting, everything changes. That cabin by the lake is still there, empty and silent now. Clara's grandma sold it a few years later. I never went back, and I doubt I ever will. The memory stays with me. The quiet nights, the footsteps in the dark, and the feeling that somewhere just beyond the trees, something or someone was watching, waiting for us to let our guard down. I didn't plan to stay long at the cabin. That's what I told myself as I drove down the narrow dirt road lined with thick pines and moss-covered rocks. Just a night or two, maybe 3 at most. I needed a break from city life, from the noise, the crowds, and the constant hum of responsibility that never seemed to pause. The small town of Stowe had always felt distant and peaceful whenever I visited, but this time, I wanted something quieter, something more isolated. The cabin was somewhere deep in the woods near a little-known trail I'd read about in an old hiking magazine. It was said to be abandoned, forgotten by almost everyone except the few locals who knew to stay away. The magazine didn't say why it was abandoned, only that the owner had left suddenly decades ago, and no one had lived there since. I was 29 and a graphic designer from Boston. I wasn't exactly used to the wilderness or camping. I grew up in the suburbs, spent most of my days indoors in front of a screen or in crowded offices. But lately, the idea of a quiet place with no phone signal, no internet, and no one around except trees and wildlife sounded like a dream. The sun was low in the sky as I pulled off the main road onto the bumpy path that led toward the cabin. My old Jeep bounced over rocks and ruts, sending up little clouds of dust. The air smelled sharp, full of pine and earth, and faint hints of damp moss. Birds called out in the distance, and I spotted a red squirrel darting between branches. I parked the Jeep near a large fallen tree and grabbed my backpack, which held food, a flashlight, some water, and a small first aid kit. I didn't bring much, just enough for a couple of days. I walked the last half-mile along the narrow path, surrounded by towering pines whose trunks were thick with rough bark, their needles filtering the orange light from the setting sun. The air was cool, even though it was late May. At some points, the path was overgrown with bushes and wildflowers, but I pushed through, eager to find the cabin. Then I saw it, a small, weathered wooden structure sitting quietly at the edge of a clearing. The cabin was plain but sturdy, made from rough logs darkened by years of rain and snow. Its windows were boarded up, and the roof sagged slightly with a few shingles missing. A thin layer of moss covered parts of the walls, and wild ivy had climbed halfway up the front porch posts. I stood still for a moment, staring at the cabin. There was no sign of anyone nearby, no smoke from a chimney, no footprints in the dirt, just silence. It felt almost like stepping back in time, a place forgotten by the world. The door was closed, but the wood looked rotten in places. I pushed gently, and it gave way with a low creak. The hinges protested, sounding like dry bones. I pulled the door open and stepped inside. The air inside was cold and stale, thick with dust and the smell of old wood. Shafts of fading daylight filtered through cracks and holes in the boarded windows, casting long, jagged shadows across the floor. The cabin was empty, no furniture, no signs of recent life. Just bare wooden walls and a dirt floor covered in fallen leaves and bits of broken glass. I ran my fingers along the rough surface of the walls. The wood was splintered in places, but sturdy. I noticed old nails sticking out here and there, and what looked like faint scorch marks near one corner, probably from a small fire long ago. The cabin had a single room, maybe 15 feet square, with a small stone fireplace built into one wall. The hearth was blackened with soot, but cold and unused. There was a rusted metal grate nearby, half buried in dirt and leaves. I explored carefully, flashlight in hand. On the floor near the fireplace, I found an old, rusted canteen, half crushed and covered in dirt. A faded cloth bag lay next to it, empty and torn. In a corner, broken pieces of what must have been a wooden chair were scattered. The silence inside was almost complete. My footsteps echoed too loudly in the small space. Outside, the wind rustled through the pine needles, a soft whisper that felt both calming and eerie. I decided to set up a small camp near the fireplace. I cleared away the dirt and leaves as best I could, then laid down a tarp I'd brought and unpacked my sleeping bag. It wasn't the most comfortable spot, but it was sheltered and dry. As night began to fall, the forest outside grew darker, shadows deepening beneath the tall trees. I lit a small lantern I'd brought, the soft glow filling the cabin with warm light. I ate some of the food I had, trail mix, dried fruit, and a granola bar, and drank water from my bottle. The quiet was almost overwhelming. No sounds of traffic, no voices, no music, just the occasional creak of branches, the distant hoot of an owl, and the faint rustle of leaves. I tried to relax, but a feeling of unease settled over me. Something about the cabin felt off. Not because of ghosts or spirits, there was nothing like that, but something deeper, something tied to being completely alone in a place forgotten. I thought about the person who had lived here long ago. Why had they left so suddenly? What had they left behind? The more I thought about it, the more the silence seemed to grow heavier. After a while, I decided to explore around the clearing. Maybe if I found something, a clue or a piece of history, it would ease my mind. I stepped outside, the cool night air brushing my face, stars beginning to peek through the pine branches. The clearing was small, maybe an acre or so, surrounded by thick forest on all sides. The ground was uneven, covered in pine needles, ferns, and moss. Near the back of the clearing, I spotted a shallow well covered with a rusty metal grate. I knelt down and shone my flashlight inside. It looked deep, but dry, just a dark hole lined with crumbling stones. Nearby, half buried in the dirt, I found fragments of broken glass bottles and an old, rusted tin can. The remains of a fire pit were visible near the edge of the clearing, surrounded by cracked stones and scattered ash. As I walked back toward the cabin, I heard a faint snapping sound behind me, like a twig breaking. I stopped and held my breath. The woods were still. I told myself it was probably just a deer or some small animal moving through the brush. The wind might have shifted, causing branches to sway, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I glanced over my shoulder, but saw nothing except dark trees and shadows. Back inside, I locked the door as best I could with a broken piece of wood wedged into the frame. I didn't want to admit it, but I felt vulnerable here, exposed. That night, I woke several times. Every creak of the cabin, every groan of the woods settling, every distant animal call kept me alert. I didn't hear voices or footsteps, but the silence itself felt heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. At one point, I thought I heard a faint tapping sound against the window boards. I sat up quickly, heart pounding. I shone my flashlight toward the noise. Nothing. Maybe a bird or the wind again. The next morning, sunlight spilled weakly through the gaps in the boarded windows. I stretched and tried to shake off the restless night. The cabin felt less oppressive in daylight, but still strange. I decided to pack up and head back, feeling that I'd had enough of the isolation for now. As I gathered my things, I noticed faint footprints outside the cabin's door in the soft dirt. Small, narrow prints, probably from a person. That made my skin crawl. I hadn't seen anyone the day before or during the night, and I was careful to avoid the main trail. Who else had been here? I checked my watch. I had been at the cabin less than 24 hours. The footprints didn't look fresh but recent, maybe from last night or very early morning. I locked the cabin door, making sure it was secure as best I could, then stepped outside. The forest was quiet again, still and unmoving except for the occasional bird call. I walked toward the jeep, eyes scanning the woods nervously. The feeling of being watched was back, stronger. Just as I reached the jeep, I saw movement among the trees, a figure slipping behind a large pine trunk. I froze. The figure was too far to see clearly, but definitely human. I considered calling out, but thought better of it. No point announcing my presence to whoever was there. I jumped in the jeep, locked the doors, and started the engine. The figure didn't come closer, and soon disappeared back into the woods. As I drove back down the bumpy road, my hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. The sun was higher now, but I felt shaken. Later, back in town, I asked around quietly about the cabin. The locals were reluctant to talk. One old man finally told me that decades ago, a man named Henry lived there alone. Henry was a logger and trapper who fell on hard times. He was known to be a bit strange and kept to himself. One winter, he disappeared without a trace, leaving everything behind. No one ever knew what happened. Some said Henry had enemies, others that he simply left to start over. The cabin had been empty ever since. The old man warned me not to go back. Some things best left alone, he said. That night, in my motel room, I couldn't stop thinking about the footprints and the figure in the woods. Whoever it was had been watching the cabin. Watching me, I realized the woods aren't just quiet and peaceful. They have their own dangers, their own secrets. The next day, I packed my things and left Vermont for good. I told myself I was lucky to get away when I did. The cabin stayed in my mind for years. I never returned, and I don't intend to. Some places are meant to be forgotten, some mysteries better left unsolved. The quiet there wasn't just silence, it was waiting. My name is Tom Sanders. I'm 32 years old. I've been a park ranger for almost 7 years now, working in the northern part of Montana, near the Bob Marshall Wilderness. The summer of 1998 was shaping up to be just another busy season. I was assigned to Pine Ridge Station, a small, isolated ranger cabin that sits deep inside the forest, miles from the nearest town. I'd spent a good part of the last few years at different stations, but Pine Ridge was different. It was quiet, remote. It wasn't a popular spot for hikers or campers, mostly because the trails were rough and the weather could turn nasty without warning. But that was the kind of place I liked to work, where nature felt raw and real, and the only sounds at night were the wind through the trees and the distant calls of wildlife. That August, I was scheduled for a 2-week solo shift at Pine Ridge. No backup, no one else for miles except the occasional forest ranger check-in by radio. I packed my gear carefully, making sure I had enough food, water, and supplies to last the whole time. The cabin itself was a sturdy log building with a small porch, a wood stove for heat, and a well for fresh water. It was basic, but comfortable enough for someone used to living in the wilderness. The first few days went as expected. I spent my time patrolling nearby trails, checking on campers, and keeping an eye out for any signs of illegal hunting or logging. The forest was alive with the hum of summer insects and birds, the thick green canopy above blocking most of the sunlight. Each evening I would return to the cabin, chop some wood for the stove, cook a simple meal, and settle in with a book or my notebook where I logged everything I saw and heard. One afternoon, on the third day, I noticed something odd near the east trail. Some fresh footprints in the mud, too large to be from a deer or elk, but not quite like a boot either. The prints were deep, spaced far apart as if whoever made them was carrying something heavy or moving fast. I followed the trail for a while, but it led deeper into the thick underbrush and then disappeared near a steep ravine. I made a note of it in my log but didn't think much of it. I assumed some hunters or campers had passed through and gone off the beaten path. That night, a heavy storm rolled in. The rain hammered against the roof and the wind whipped around the cabin like a wild animal. I stacked more wood on the fire and sat close to the stove, feeling the heat seep into my bones. The radio was crackling with static, and I tried to reach the ranger station, but the signal was weak. The storm was probably blocking it. Just as I was about to turn in for the night, I heard a noise outside. A soft, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the ground. My heart beat faster, but I reminded myself it was probably just a fallen branch or a deer moving through the brush. Still, I grabbed my flashlight and slowly opened the cabin door. The porch was slick with rain, and the forest was black and wet beyond the reach of my light. I swept the beam across the trees and saw nothing but shadows and dripping leaves. I closed the door and locked it, trying to calm my nerves. The storm raged on through the night, and I barely slept. In the morning, I stepped outside and found something I didn't expect: a large set of footprints circling the cabin. They matched the prints I had seen earlier near the East Trail. These prints looked fresh, maybe from the night before, and they were huge. The tread pattern was unusual, almost like a military boot, but the size was bigger than any boot I'd seen. I spent the next day on high alert, checking the perimeter of the cabin every few hours. The storm had knocked down some branches and scattered leaves everywhere, but there were no other signs of people. I tried calling the main ranger station again on the radio, but still no luck. On the 5th day, I found something that made my blood run cold. I was out on patrol, about 2 miles from the cabin, when I saw a piece of torn clothing caught on a branch. It looked like a part of a jacket, green and thick, similar to the kind used by forest workers or hunters. I pulled it free and saw a stain on it, dark and fresh. It smelled faintly of iron, blood. I radioed the station again, hoping for a response this time, but all I got was silence. That night, I prepared myself for anything. I loaded my rifle and set it by the door. The footprints were still there around the cabin, sometimes closer, sometimes further away. I didn't sleep again, listening for any sound beyond the rain and wind. The next morning, the sun came out bright and clear. I felt a little relief, but I knew I wasn't safe yet. I packed my gear quickly and decided to hike out to the ranger station myself. The trails were rough and steep, and my legs ached from the heavy pack, but I kept going. I couldn't wait for help if something was wrong. I had to reach someone. As I was moving through a narrow section of the trail, I saw something ahead. A fallen tree, but more than that, some broken branches and fresh footprints leading off the path. I followed the prints again, and this time I found a campsite hidden deep in the trees, well out of sight. The fire pit was cold, but there were fresh supplies scattered around. Cans of food, a knife, a half-full water bottle. On the ground near the fire pit, I saw signs of a struggle: broken branches, torn leaves, and again, the smell of blood. I looked closer and found a boot lying on its side, cracked and worn. It was the same unusual type of tread pattern as the footprints. Then I heard a noise behind me, the crack of a branch breaking underfoot. I spun around, rifle raised, but saw nothing. The forest was quiet again. Too quiet. I moved quickly back to the trail, heart pounding. I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station. Nearly 8 hours later, exhausted and covered in sweat and dirt. The station was a small cabin, like mine, but with more people and better radio equipment. I reported everything: the footprints, the blood, the hidden campsite. The other rangers took me seriously, but they had no idea who or what I had been tracking. They sent a team out immediately to search the area. I stayed at the station, feeling the weight of what I'd seen settle in my chest. The search lasted for days. They found more signs of the stranger: footprints, broken branches, some discarded gear, but no person.
No explanación.
The forest had swallowed it all. Weeks later, the story made it to the local news. Some hiker had disappeared in that part of the forest. A man with no known enemies, no reason to vanish. No one ever found him. I never returned to Pine Ridge after that. The cabin, the forest, the footprints, they haunted me. I still work as a ranger, but now closer to towns, where there's always someone nearby, where the forest doesn't hold such dark, unanswered questions. Sometimes when I'm out on patrol, I think about that man, whoever he was, and wonder what really happened to him in those woods. The only thing I know for sure is that some dangers don't come from the wild animals or the weather. Sometimes they come from the shadows people leave behind. I've always found something peaceful about being out in the woods. The quiet, the fresh air, the way the trees seem to watch you without a sound. It was the summer of 2018 when I decided to spend a weekend at a small cabin I rented in northern Vermont. I was 28, and my dog, Max, a big, black Labrador with soft eyes and an easy temperament, was coming with me. Max was more than a dog. He was my companion on long walks, my shadow at home, and I trusted him like family. The cabin was about 2 hours away from the nearest town, tucked deep in the woods near a small, seldom-used hiking trail. It was a simple wooden structure, not much bigger than a one-room shack with a fireplace and a small porch. No electricity, no internet, no phone service. The kind of place that promises solitude and a break from the noise of everyday life. That's what I wanted. Just me, Max, and the woods. The drive there was smooth, the sun warm on my skin as I rolled the windows down and let the summer breeze rush in. Max sat quietly in the back seat, his head resting on the door frame, watching the world go by. I kept glancing at him, smiling at how calm he was. The road wound deeper into the forest, and eventually the pavement gave way to gravel. I turned down a narrow dirt path, following the directions I'd printed out. The trees closed in on both sides, tall pines and maples forming a green wall, filtering the sunlight to dapples on the ground. When I arrived at the cabin, I parked near the small clearing, grabbed my bags, and clipped Max's leash on. The air smelled like pine needles and earth. I unlocked the creaky door, and inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and a faint trace of smoke from someone's last fire. The floor was covered in dust, and the furniture was simple. A small wooden table, 2 chairs, a bed pushed against the far wall, and a metal stove. I set my bags down and started unpacking. Max padded around, sniffing everything, his tail wagging softly. I let him out into the yard to stretch, watching him chase a few flies and roll in the dirt. The sun was still high, so I decided to take a short walk down the trail before the light faded. The trail was narrow and wild, overgrown in places with thick bushes and fallen branches. Max was alert, his nose close to the ground as he moved ahead. We walked for about an hour, the woods growing thicker, the sounds of birds and insects filling the air. I kept an eye on the sky. The clouds were starting to gather, a pale gray covering the sun. When we got back to the cabin, the wind had picked up. The trees swayed, their branches scratching at each other like dry bones. I started a fire in the stove, the warm orange glow filling the cabin as the day turned to dusk. Max lay close to the fire, his eyes half closed but still alert. As night fell, the wind grew stronger. The trees outside groaned, and leaves scraped against the windows. I closed the curtains and made sure the door was locked. The isolation that had felt peaceful during the day suddenly became a weight pressing in around me. I could hear the faint sounds of animals moving in the dark, the rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig. I tried to read, but my eyes kept drifting to the window, to the shadows moving beyond the glass. Max's ears twitched at every sound, and I felt my own heartbeat quicken. The fire flickered, casting long shadows across the walls. Then, around midnight, something changed. I was sitting on the edge of the bed, petting Max's head, when I heard a soft thump outside. It was faint but different from the usual noises, deliberate, almost cautious. I froze. Max lifted his head, his ears pricked forward, his body tense. The thump came again, closer this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching on gravel. I stood up slowly, heart hammering, and went to the window. The night was dark, the trees like black silhouettes against a starless sky. I couldn't see much at first, but then I noticed a figure moving just beyond the edge of the clearing. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing a dark jacket and a hood pulled low over his face. He was walking slowly, like he was looking for something or someone. My breath caught in my throat. I stepped back from the window, and Max growled low in his throat. The sound was sharp and serious. I felt a surge of protectiveness. Max was my guard, and right now he knew something was wrong. The footsteps moved closer. I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal. I tried the cabin's old landline, dead. No way to call for help. The man paused near the cabin, just outside the reach of the porch light. He looked around slowly, his movements careful. I could barely make out his face. Pale, with a hard jaw, and eyes that seemed to flick over everything, taking it in. My mind raced. Why was he here? What did he want? I thought about grabbing the small hunting knife I kept in the kitchen drawer, but my hands shook too much. Max stood up suddenly, barking fiercely, his body rigid. The man jumped, looked straight at the cabin, and then took a step back. He crouched down as if to hide behind a tree, but he stayed within sight. I grabbed a heavy flashlight and moved quietly to the door. Max stayed by my side, growling. I clicked the flashlight on and shone it toward the man. He flinched, then slowly stood up. Without a word, he started walking away, back into the dark woods. I watched until I couldn't see him anymore. The rest of the night, I stayed awake with Max close to me, listening to every sound, waiting for another sign of him. But nothing came. The next morning, I found broken branches near the edge of the clearing, signs that someone had been moving through the woods carefully, trying not to be seen. I packed up quickly and left the cabin, my hands still shaking. Max stayed close, alert, watching the woods as we drove away. I never found out who that man was or why he was there, but that night changed how I saw the woods, not just as peaceful and quiet, but as a place where danger could be hiding, waiting in the dark. It was the summer of 2011 when I decided to take a break from the noise of the city. My name is Luke. I was 29 at the time, and I had been working as a graphic designer in Chicago for almost 5 years. The daily grind had worn me down. Long hours staring at screens, crowded streets, and the constant hum of traffic made me feel trapped. I wanted to get away just for a week, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could be alone and breathe. I found a small cabin to rent, tucked deep in the woods of northern Michigan. The owner, an older man named Mr. Benson, said it was peaceful and private, perfect for someone wanting to disconnect. The cabin was located about 20 miles outside a tiny town called Ironwood, near the border of Wisconsin. He told me cell service would be spotty at best, and the nearest gas station was over 10 miles away. That only made it more appealing. I packed my old Jeep with essentials: a tent, sleeping bag, extra clothes, food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, batteries, a pocket knife, a map, and my old hunting rifle. Not that I planned to use it for anything dangerous, but I wanted some sense of security. The drive itself was calming. The highway faded behind me, replaced by a narrow, winding road bordered by tall pine trees that swayed with the summer breeze. Birds chirped, and the air smelled like fresh pine needles and earth. I hadn't felt so relaxed in months. When I reached the cabin, it was late afternoon. The building was old but sturdy, made of rough logs that had darkened over time. A stone chimney jutted from one side. The porch creaked under my boots as I unloaded my gear. There was no electricity, just a few solar-powered lights outside and a well for water. I noticed a stack of firewood neatly piled by the porch. The silence was absolute except for the wind rustling through the trees. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A small kitchen area with a rusty stove, a wooden table with 2 chairs, and a tiny living space with a battered couch and a single bed pushed against the wall. There were a few shelves lined with old books, some dust-covered jars of preserved food, and a lantern hanging from a hook near the door. The windows were thick glass panes but dirted by years of neglect. Still, I liked it. After setting up, I lit a fire in the stone fireplace. The flickering flames cast long shadows on the walls. I cooked some canned beans and warmed a can of coffee over the fire. Sitting there, watching the orange glow, I felt the tension in my shoulders start to ease. As night fell, the forest outside darkened. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, barely lighting the dense woods. The sounds changed, the rustling of small animals, the distant hoot of an owl, the crackling of the fire. I lay down on the bed, wrapped in my sleeping bag, and listened. The silence was different here, felt heavy, thick, and strange. I didn't expect to be so aware of every little sound. The wind tapping on the windows, the tree branches scraping against the roof, a faint, almost imperceptible snapping of twigs in the distance. I tried to tell myself it was just animals moving around, but then I heard footsteps. They weren't right outside the cabin, but somewhere near the edge of the clearing. Slow, deliberate, and steady. I held my breath, heart pounding. I grabbed the rifle off the floor, my fingers trembling slightly. The footsteps stopped. I strained my eyes toward the window, but the darkness was too thick. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, waiting, listening. Eventually, the footsteps faded away. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. Still, I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I went outside to check the perimeter. The ground was soft from a recent rain. I saw some broken branches and deep footprints. Definitely human, not animal. The prints were large, maybe a man's boots. They led toward the woods and then stopped near a fallen tree about 50 feet from the cabin. There was no other sign, no trash, no belongings left behind. I felt uneasy but pushed the feeling down. Maybe a hunter or someone who passed by earlier. That day, I decided to explore a little. I packed a backpack with water, snacks, the rifle, and a flashlight. The forest was thick, and the pine trees blocked much of the sunlight. The air was cooler here, and the ground was covered in dry leaves and needles. I walked for a couple of hours, following animal trails and small creeks. I tried to enjoy the peace, but something didn't feel right. Every now and then, I caught glimpses of movement between the trees, shadows shifting too fast to be animals. At one point, I thought I saw a man standing very still behind a tree, watching me. When I blinked, he was gone. I hurried back to the cabin, heart racing. Over the next 2 days, the strange feeling only grew stronger. I noticed more signs around the cabin. A broken branch leaning against the porch, footprints in the mud close to the door, and once, I found a small pile of stones stacked oddly near the well. Nothing that seemed dangerous, but enough to make me feel watched. I avoided going out after dark. The forest felt different then, darker and more threatening. The howls of distant animals were louder. The wind sounded like whispers. On the 4th night, I stayed up late by the fire, rifle beside me, watching the dark woods. At about midnight, I heard noises again, this time closer, rustling leaves and soft footsteps. I stood up, shining my flashlight into the trees. The beam caught a glimpse of someone. A man tall, wearing a dark jacket and hat, face hidden by shadows. He was just watching me from the edge of the clearing. My hands shook, but I kept my voice silent. I raised the rifle slowly, pointed it toward him. The man didn't move. After what seemed like forever, he turned and disappeared into the trees. I locked every door and window I could find and stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching the rifle. The next morning, I packed my things quickly. I wasn't going to stay another night. The quiet cabin I had looked forward to now felt like a trap. I called Mr. Benson from the nearest gas station, about 12 miles away. I told him what happened, and he wasn't surprised. He admitted that some locals sometimes wandered the woods, sometimes hunting, sometimes just passing through, but he said it was rare for them to come so close. Still, I felt uneasy about the whole trip. The cabin wasn't safe in the way I had hoped. The wilderness wasn't just peaceful. It was wild and unpredictable, full of people who didn't want visitors. I left Ironwood by late afternoon, watching the pine trees fade behind me as I drove back toward Chicago. The tension in my chest slowly eased. I knew I wouldn't come back to that cabin or anywhere like it. When I got home, I felt grateful for the noise and chaos of the city. It wasn't perfect, but at least it was predictable. Sometimes, I still think about those nights in the cabin. The quiet broken by footsteps, the man in the dark woods, the feeling of being watched. But I know I was lucky to get away when I did. My name's Thomas Kelly. I was 38 at the time this happened. This was back in 2013. I had just left my job in Boise, Idaho, and moved north toward the edge of a small logging town called Elk Ridge. It wasn't even a town, really, just a spread out patch of land where people lived far apart. A gas station that closed at 6 p.m., and a diner that was almost always empty. That's what I wanted though, empty. I needed space, a little quiet. I had enough money saved up after working construction for years, and I figured I'd build myself a small off-grid cabin deep in the woods. Just something basic, enough to sleep, cook, stay dry, and not freeze to death. I bought a patch of land a few miles outside Elk Ridge. It wasn't flat, but it was cleared enough that I wouldn't need to rent machinery to break ground. About an acre or so, pressed up against thick trees and rising hills. There was an old trail running behind it, half overgrown, maybe used by hunters a long time ago. No structures, no neighbors. I liked it that way. I spent the first 2 weeks clearing out more brush, stacking lumber deliveries, and mapping out the cabin's footprint. It was going to be about 12 by 16 feet, just enough for one room and a loft. I wasn't rushing. I slept in my truck and used a tarp when it rained. I'd wake up early, work all day, eat cold food from a cooler, and sleep when it got dark. That third week, the weather turned bad. I ignored the forecast like an idiot. Rain had been coming off and on, but nothing crazy. Then one morning it started coming down hard, and it didn't stop. I tried to keep going, working through it, but the soil got soft and everything slowed down. I had 3 walls framed, but no roof yet. The floor was halfway done. I figured I'd finish the main structure and cover it with a tarp until I could seal it better. The rain kept coming, and it changed something about the forest. It got darker earlier, like the trees swallowed up the light faster. The sounds changed too. The dripping water masked everything else. I couldn't hear anything beyond 20 feet. No wind, no birds, just that steady, endless tap of rain on wet leaves. By the end of the 4th day of rain, I was soaked through. My boots squelched when I walked. Everything smelled like mold and pine needles. My hands were raw, especially around the nails, from working wet wood. Still, I kept going. I didn't want to leave and risk losing progress. It was stupid in hindsight. That night, I decided to sleep inside the cabin frame for the first time, just to stay dry under the tarp. I nailed it down best I could across the open beams and laid out my sleeping pad on the subfloor. I was exhausted. I remember falling asleep listening to the sound of rain thudding against the plastic sheet above me. I woke up maybe an hour later. The tarp was flapping hard. The wind had picked up. Water had pooled in the low spots of the plastic and started dripping in. I sat up and noticed the darkness felt thick. Not just night dark, but heavy. I had one flashlight, a small LED one, and I switched it on. That's when I heard something outside. First, I thought it was just the wind again, but then it came again, footsteps, not animal noises. Slow, human footsteps moving around the outside of the cabin frame. I froze. The beam of the flashlight wobbled in my hand as I pointed it toward the gaps in the wall framing. Nothing, but then again, crunch, crack, wet leaves and twigs. Someone walking just outside the open walls. I crouched low and killed the light. I didn't move. My body was tense. I listened harder than I ever had. The rain thudded overhead, but underneath it, I still heard it. Slow steps circling the frame. I told myself maybe it was a deer or an elk, but the steps were too even. They didn't scurry or shift directions. They were pacing, deliberate, human. Then, after maybe 5 minutes, it stopped. No steps, just rain. I waited longer, maybe 10 more minutes. My thighs were shaking from the crouch. I finally switched the light back on and scanned around. Nothing. I didn't hear anything else the rest of the night. I didn't sleep either. The next morning, I walked a wide circle around the cabin. No prints, but the ground was so muddy I expected to find some. That worried me even more. Whoever was out there had either stepped carefully or hadn't been close enough to the mud. Or maybe I imagined it. I worked all that day without thinking too much about it. I just told myself to get the roof on. The tarp wasn't cutting it. I needed real shelter. The faster I worked, the faster I could lock the place up. But that night, again, I heard the steps. This time, I stayed completely silent, flashlight off, laying flat on my sleeping pad. The steps came closer, slower. Then they stopped right outside the open doorway. No frame, no door yet, just a rectangle in the front wall. I was breathing through my mouth, trying not to make a sound. I couldn't tell if they were looking in or just standing there. The rain hid everything. I thought I saw a shadow move, but maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks. Then, just as slow as it came, the sound walked away. I stayed awake until the sky started to turn gray. That morning, I didn't work. I packed my bag and hiked out toward the road, about a half-mile away. I got in my truck and drove into Elk Ridge, straight to the little diner. I sat there for 3 hours with hot coffee and bacon that tasted like rubber. I told myself I'd sleep in the truck that night and get back to work the next day. Maybe I was paranoid. Maybe the rain was messing with me. Maybe it was just someone passing through. A hiker, a hunter, someone lost. But I knew better. I knew what I heard. That night, I parked the truck closer to the cabin. I didn't want to leave it out of sight. I used the same tarp setup, tied it over the frame, and tried to sleep again. Around midnight, I woke up. No footsteps this time, but there was something new, movement in the brush, just beyond the trail. A steady rustling, like someone pacing back and forth. I didn't shine the light. I just listened. The same rhythm as the nights before. Whoever it was, they weren't leaving. They weren't trying to hide anymore either. I stayed flat again, watching the dark opening of the doorway. Every few minutes, I'd hear the brush move again. They were still out there. Eventually, around 3 a.m., it went quiet. I waited longer just to be sure. Then I got up and walked out barefoot into the rain with my flashlight. I aimed it toward the trail. And that's when I saw something that's burned into my memory for good. On a tree trunk, About chest high. Someone had hammered a nail through a small strip of denim fabric. Fresh, blue jean material. Below it, carved into the bark, were 5 lines, like tally marks, deep, rough, scratched in with a knife. I didn't recognize the fabric. I wasn't missing anything. It wasn't mine. I didn't touch it. I just stood there while the rain hit the back of my neck, flashlight trembling in my hand. The next morning, I packed up everything I could carry and hiked it to the truck. I left the rest behind: cooler, extra tarp, a tool bag. I didn't care. I drove straight into town and booked a room at the only motel in Elk Ridge. It smelled like smoke and mildew, but the door locked. I didn't go back for 3 days. When I did, I brought a friend from town, Rick. He worked at the diner and had been in Elk Ridge his whole life. I didn't tell him what I heard, just said I thought someone had been on my land, maybe trying to steal supplies. We drove up together, and when we got there, I stayed behind him while he walked the site. The tarp had been cut down. My sleeping pad was gone. My cooler had been opened and left out in the rain. But the worst part, that little strip of denim was gone. So were the tally marks. The bark on the tree had been hacked away. Not clean, just chopped out like someone wanted it gone fast. I showed Rick the spot, but it just looked like a rough patch of trunk to him. I didn't say anything else. That night, I didn't stay there. I told Rick I'd finish the cabin later. He shrugged and drove off. I went back to the motel and stayed another 2 nights, thinking hard. I decided I'd finish the cabin, but I'd never sleep there again. So for the next week, I worked during the day and left before dark. No matter how close I was to finishing something, I'd leave before the sun dipped too low. I never stayed the night again. Took longer doing it that way, but eventually I got the roof on, the walls sealed, and the door mounted. It was solid, tight, dry, but I didn't move in. I put it up for sale 2 months later. I left the inside bare. No furniture, no gear. I didn't even take pictures for the listing. Just described it as an off-grid structure for outdoor-minded buyers. It sold quicker than I thought. Some guy from Spokane bought it without asking questions. When he came to see it, I didn't go with him. He wired the money the next week. I took the cash, drove out of Elk Ridge, and never went back. It was October 2016, a year after I quit my job in Denver and moved up to northern Montana. I was 31 then, just trying to get my head straight. Too many things had piled up. City stress, family stuff, a breakup that didn't end right. I had a friend from college, Eric, who'd inherited a small, broken-down cabin near Seeley Lake. He hadn't touched the place in years and told me I could stay in it as long as I wanted if I was willing to fix it up a bit. I took him up on it. The cabin was about a mile from the nearest dirt road, and that road itself was 5 miles from any paved one. It sat near the tree line where thick pines wrapped around both sides, leaving just enough room behind it to see part of a ridge. It didn't have electricity, running water, or cell service, but it had a wood stove, a roof that only half leaked, and 4 walls that still kept out most of the cold. I had a water jug, propane burners, and a cot I brought up from the back of my truck. For that month, I was fine being alone. The mornings were cold, and the nights were colder. By mid-October, I had to wake up twice a night just to feed the fire. I spent my days cutting wood, clearing out dead branches, and walking the trails near the creek. The air smelled like pine needles and dry soil. Sometimes I'd hear animals in the brush, mostly deer or squirrels. Coyotes at night. Nothing ever bothered me. It was quiet. Then something changed on a Sunday. I remember it because I always made coffee on Sunday mornings, a habit I couldn't shake. I was outside on a rock, sipping from a tin cup, watching steam curl off it when I noticed a shape on the ridge. It was far off, maybe 300 yards, barely more than a black spot between 2 trees. It wasn't moving. I figured it was a stump or a boulder I hadn't noticed before, but something about it kept catching my eye. After 10 minutes, it was still there, unmoving. I stood and shaded my eyes. I still couldn't tell what it was. That's when I got the first real chill, the kind that didn't come from the air. Something told me not to go up there, and I didn't. That night was the first time I didn't sleep well. The wind picked up after sunset. The cabin creaked more than usual, and the trees outside made a constant whispering sound. I woke up just past 2 a.m., not from the cold or the wind, but from silence. The wind had stopped completely. No creaks, no crackling fire, no outside noises at all. That's what woke me. I sat up in the dark, listening. I heard crunching. It was slow, one step every couple of seconds. Footsteps, but not regular. They weren't the light steps of a deer or the fast, skittering steps of something small. These were paced and deliberate, circling the cabin once, stopping, then circling again. The fire was low, just embers, but I didn't move to feed it. I just sat there, heart pounding. Eventually, the sounds faded. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I checked around the cabin.
No prints.
The ground was hard and dry, so it wasn't surprising. But I felt watched. I spent the day splitting more wood, stacking it close, keeping my ears open. I brought my axe inside that night. 2 nights later, it got worse. I was outside bringing in kindling just after dusk. The sun had dropped below the ridge, but there was still light. I had my back to the trees when I heard something between a cough and a bark. It wasn't far off, maybe 50 feet behind the treeline. I turned fast, axe in hand. There was nothing, no movement, no sound. I waited a full 5 minutes before walking backward toward the cabin, never turning my back. That night, I didn't light the fire. I didn't want anything knowing I was inside. I stayed curled up in my sleeping bag with the axe beside me, listening. Just past midnight, I heard something again. A scraping sound like nails on wood. Then the sound of something pressing against the far wall. Not pounding.
Obiza.
It circled slowly, brushing or bumping against the walls like it was feeling its way around. At one point, I swear I heard a breath, like someone exhaling just outside the wall. Then silence. I barely moved. I didn't sleep. I didn't even blink for what felt like hours. In the morning, I went out to check. On the rear wall, just under the window, I found a smear. Not blood, not dirt. Something gray and greasy, like thick ash rubbed into the wood. It had fingerprints in it. Long ones. Too long. That day, I hiked the mile back to my truck and drove into town. I bought more propane, a battery-powered lantern, and a trail cam. I didn't tell anyone anything. What could I even say? I didn't want to sound crazy. I got back that afternoon, set up the trail cam facing the ridge, and hung it on a tree with fresh batteries. That night, I kept the fire low and the axe close again. Around 3 a.m., I heard the crunching footsteps again. This time on the ridge, pacing. Just pacing. Then nothing. The trail cam had nothing the next day. Not even wildlife. It was like everything avoided that spot. By the end of the week, I was running on 3 hours of sleep a night. I kept seeing things. A shape here, a flash of movement there. One time I saw something standing just past the treeline right before dark. It wasn't an animal. It was upright, still, facing me. I stared at it for 30 seconds and blinked. It was gone. I packed up that night. Whatever was out there wasn't going to leave. I knew it. I loaded my things in the dark and waited until morning to hike out. I had everything on my back and carried the axe in hand. My nerves were shot. Every snap of a twig behind me made me spin around. Every gust of wind through the branches made me flinch. Halfway to the truck, I heard something behind me, fast and close. I didn't run. I turned around and saw nothing, but I kept hearing it, always just out of view, always behind the trees, like it knew the exact distance I couldn't see through. When I reached the truck, I didn't stop. I threw my gear in and drove without looking back. I didn't go back there again. I called Eric and told him I appreciated it, but I wouldn't be staying anymore. I didn't explain. He didn't ask. 2 weeks later, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was the trail cam. It was scratched up like it had been dragged through gravel. The memory card was missing. I never found out who sent it. I've lived in Spokane since then. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. I still think about that cabin. Sometimes I wake up at night and swear I hear the same slow, heavy steps outside. But I never open the curtains. Not anymore. I was 34 when I took a break from everything and spent 2 weeks alone at a small, weathered farm cabin in central Nebraska. It was October of 2016. I'd been working nonstop in Omaha for almost 7 years, and after a rough breakup and a mental crash at work, I knew I needed to get away. My Uncle Frank owned a rundown piece of land that he hadn't really touched in years. He let me use the cabin whenever I needed, and that fall it became my escape. The place was way out near Broken Bow. The drive from Omaha was about 4.5 hours, most of it through flat, empty land with barely any cell reception after Grand Island. The farther west I drove, the quieter things got. That's what I wanted. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to look at screens. I didn't want to be in the city. I just wanted to feel like I wasn't being watched or pulled in 10 different directions. Frank's land was about 80 acres, mostly tall grass, wild shrubs, and old fence lines. The cabin sat near a dry creek bed, backed up against a long stretch of forest that curved off into a hill line. It had one small bedroom, a kitchen with a wood stove, a lean-to outside with chopped wood, and a pump for water. No plumbing, no power. That was part of the draw. I had to bring a big water cooler with me, a couple propane lanterns, and a lot of canned food. I pulled in just before dusk on a Monday. The sun was low and orange, stretching long shadows over the land. The wind rolled in low waves through the grass. It was dead quiet except for the sound of the wind, the creak of the cabin roof, and the metal groan of the screen door when I stepped inside. It smelled like dust and old pine. I swept out some dead bugs and mouse droppings, lit one of the lanterns, and sat at the tiny table by the window. That night, I didn't do much. I heated up a can of chili on the little wood stove, rolled out my sleeping bag on the cot in the bedroom, and lay there listening to the wind shift and settle outside. I heard a few knocks on the walls, maybe acorns or sticks falling from the tree above, but I didn't care. That's how it was out there. The next few days were peaceful. I woke with the sun and walked the land every morning. I followed the old fence lines, checked for animal tracks near the creek bed, took pictures of deer trails. It was just cool enough that I could wear a jacket but still feel the heat of the sun in the afternoon. I spent the evenings reading or writing in a notebook by lantern light. I slept better than I had in months. By the fourth day, though, I noticed things that felt off. Not enough to panic me, but just enough. It started with footprints. They were faint but noticeable in the mud by the pump. They weren't mine. I always wore hiking boots, wide and with a deep tread. These prints were narrower, flatter, and looked like they belonged to someone wearing old sneakers or work shoes. At first, I figured maybe they were mine from the first night and I just stepped strangely. But when I looked closer, they seemed fresher. And they came from the woods. I brushed it off. Later that afternoon, I walked the fence line toward the east side of the property and saw a piece of barbed wire clipped and curled downward like it had been cut. There were strands of old blue cloth caught on it. Could have been from an animal, I thought. Maybe someone from a neighboring property had wandered too far and slipped through. Nebraska isn't exactly locked down when it comes to borders, but it kept building. That night, I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to a sound outside. It was the crunch of dry grass and twigs underfoot, like slow footsteps circling the cabin. I didn't move at first. I just lay there, still as I could be, listening. The steps came and went, sometimes closer to the wall, sometimes farther. Then they stopped. I sat up slowly and reached for the lantern. I didn't turn it on. I waited. My heartbeat thudded in my ears, and I suddenly felt wide awake, like I hadn't even been asleep. I stood up and pressed my ear to the wall. Nothing. No more footsteps. In the morning, I checked around the outside.
No footprints. No marks.
But one of the firewood logs had been moved. It had been sitting on top of the stack, and now it was leaning on the ground a few feet away. I hadn't done that. I didn't want to admit I was getting nervous. I chalked it up to animals. Maybe raccoons. Maybe a coyote sniffing around. But the next day, things got worse. I'd gone for a walk deep into the woods around noon. I usually marked my route with broken sticks or small stacked rocks so I wouldn't get turned around. That day, I went farther than usual. Looking for a dried-up hunting blind I remembered Frank mentioning years ago. I never found it. Instead, I found something else. It was a small circle of black stones, almost perfectly arranged, sitting under a tree where the pine needles had been cleared in a ring. In the center, there were broken bits of what looked like bone. Maybe animal bones, maybe not. Couldn't tell. They were small, brittle, yellow-white. Not fresh. Around the circle, there were 3 or 4 thin branches stabbed into the ground like stakes. I stared at it for a long time. My stomach turned. It didn't look like a natural thing. It didn't look like something kids would do either. There were no beer cans, no cigarette butts, no signs of fooling around. Just this cold, dry little ritual space in the middle of nowhere. I didn't touch anything. I turned and walked fast back the way I came, checking my landmarks with every step. Took me longer than usual to get back to the cabin. The woods felt different, heavier, like someone had their eyes on me. I stopped several times, spun around, looked behind trees, waited in silence. I never saw anything. That night I didn't sleep. I kept the lantern on low and stayed bundled in my sleeping bag with a hunting knife I'd packed tucked beside me. Around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps again. This time they didn't circle. They came straight up to the porch. The boards creaked. Then I heard nothing.
No knock.
No jiggling of the door. Just silence. Then something tapped the window. Just once. A single sharp tap. I stayed still for almost an hour. When the sun came up, I opened the door and stepped outside slowly. There were no footprints again. Nothing out of place except one thing. Tied to the doorknob was a thin strip of blue cloth, frayed at the edges, the same color as the bit I'd seen on the cut fence line. That was it for me. I packed as fast as I could, stuffing my sleeping bag, food, and notebook into the car. I was ready to leave when I realized I'd left my camera out in the woods near that circle of stones the day before. I'd used it to take photos of some tracks, and I must have set it down on a stump when I stopped to look at the bones. I don't know why, but I felt like I needed to get it back. Maybe I was scared someone would find it and know I'd been there. Maybe I just didn't want to leave anything behind that tied me to the place. I left the engine running, took my knife, and jogged back into the woods. I followed the trail as fast as I could, ignoring the unease that crawled all over me. The woods were dead silent. Not even birdsong. I found the stump after about 10 minutes. The camera was gone. In its place, sitting on the stump, was a small stack of bones arranged into a shape. A rough triangle. Tied to one end was a short strand of blue cloth. I turned and ran. I didn't stop until I was back in the car. I slammed the door, threw it in reverse, and tore down the gravel road faster than I should have. I didn't care about the dust cloud, didn't care about the suspension slamming against potholes. I just wanted to be far away. I didn't call the police. I didn't tell Frank. I didn't tell anyone, not for a long time. I tried to convince myself it was some rural squatter, some unstable person living off-grid who decided I was too close to whatever they were doing out there. But it didn't matter. I was done with the land, done with cabins, done with quiet places for a while. A year later, Frank sold the property. He said he had too many taxes and nobody in the family wanted it. I didn't tell him I was glad he did. What scared me the most wasn't what happened out there. It was what didn't happen. Whoever was out there didn't try to break in, didn't yell, didn't chase me. They didn't want to hurt me, not yet. They just wanted me to know they were close, that they saw me, that they watched everything, and that if I hadn't left when I did, maybe they would have done more than just leave things behind. That thought still keeps me up some nights, not because I think they followed me or that I'll see them again, but because I know they're still out there, quiet, waiting, and someone else might find that cabin someday. Someone else might stay longer. Someone else might not make it out. My name is Gareth, and this happened back in the summer of 2016. I was 33 then, working in a furniture warehouse in Walsall. My schedule was full, my back hurt more often than not, and I hadn't really taken a proper break in years. That summer, I told myself I needed some time away from the noise and monotony. I didn't want a holiday with beaches or crowds or city tours. I just wanted to go somewhere quiet, somewhere out in nature, somewhere I could think. A guy I used to know from work, Mark, had told me about this place his uncle rented out, an old cabin in Snowdonia, Wales. He said it was remote, peaceful, tucked between the trees with a view of the hills and a creek nearby. It didn't even show up on Google Maps properly. The kind of place where you can walk for an hour and not see another person. That sounded perfect to me. I booked it for 6 days. It wasn't expensive, and Mark gave me the contact details for his uncle. I transferred the money, and a few days later, I packed up my old Vauxhall Astra with enough food to last a week, a few books, and a notebook I'd meant to write in for years but never had. I brought some basic camping gear too, even though I didn't plan on sleeping outside, just in case. The drive from Walsall to that part of Wales took nearly 4 hours. I remember the last stretch of road being especially narrow, the kind where if another car came the opposite way, one of you had to reverse half a mile to find a passing place. My phone signal had already died about 10 minutes before I reached the cabin. When I finally pulled up, I just sat in the car for a moment, staring at it. It wasn't fancy. A single-story wooden building with a tin roof, set back from the lane about 30 yards and half covered by trees. No other buildings nearby, just open space, hills, and thick woods pressing in behind the cabin. The front door creaked when I opened it, and inside, it smelled of old wood and damp, but it was clean. There was one bedroom, a small kitchen, a living space with a fireplace and a couple of armchairs. No television, just a radio and a small shelf of worn paperback novels. The windows had thin curtains, and I could hear birds constantly. Woodpeckers, robins, crows, all mixing with the rustling of trees in the wind. I settled in that first evening, made a simple meal, took a long walk through the woods, and came back before it got dark. I lit a fire, read for a while, and dozed off in one of the chairs. I slept deeply that night, lulled by the quiet. The second day went the same. I walked further that time, past the creek, through fields with waist-high grass. I didn't see anyone. Not a car, not a plane, not even a distant house light on a hillside. It was strange at first, but then peaceful. I liked it. That night, though, something changed. I woke up at about 2 in the morning. I wasn't sure what woke me at first. The fire had died, and the room was cold. I lay there in the bed, listening. It was dead silent, too silent. I couldn't even hear the trees or the usual hooting of the owl I'd heard the night before. Then I heard a crunch outside. like a foot on gravel. I stayed in bed, holding my breath. Another crunch, closer this time. I didn't have a weapon, but I kept a long metal flashlight near the bed. I grabbed it and got up quietly, moving to the front window and gently pulling the curtain back. The moon was out, so I could see a little. Nothing at first. Then I saw her, a woman, standing by the tree line about 20 yards from the cabin. Long coat, arms at her sides. She wasn't moving, just standing there, staring at the cabin. Her face was pale, her hair stringy and long. I couldn't make out any expression from that distance, but something about her posture felt wrong. Too rigid, like she wasn't just passing by or lost. She didn't move for what felt like 5 minutes, just stood and stared. Then she slowly turned and walked back into the trees without a sound. I waited at the window until the sun started to rise. The next morning, I convinced myself it was a hiker, maybe someone camping nearby who took a wrong turn. I checked outside. There were faint footprints in the dirt near the trees, too small for a man, pointed inward toward the cabin. But no sign she'd gone around the building or tried to come inside. That day, I stayed close to the cabin, walked only a little way down the path and returned quickly. I spent the afternoon on the porch, trying to focus on my book but kept glancing up at the trees. That night, I locked all the doors and windows, made sure the fire was roaring. I went to bed earlier, flashlight at my side, but I didn't sleep well. I kept jolting awake every hour, listening. The silence was thick, heavy. Then, just before dawn, I heard it again. Movement outside. This time I got up quickly, quietly, moved to the window. She was back, closer now, only 10 yards from the window. Same coat, same rigid stance. Pale skin catching the moonlight, still unmoving. I crouched down below the window frame and stayed there, heart hammering. I couldn't understand what she wanted. She wasn't yelling. She wasn't banging on the door, just watching. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I told myself I'd leave in the morning, cut the trip short. But when the sun came up and I checked outside, she was gone. No footprints this time, just silence. I felt crazy, paranoid. I even started wondering if I'd hallucinated her. Lack of sleep, isolation, maybe my mind was playing tricks. But that evening, things escalated. Around 7 p.m., I was in the kitchen cleaning a pot. I heard a thud, soft, dull, like something dropped on the porch. I froze. Another thud. I walked slowly to the front door and opened it, heart pounding. Nothing there, but on the step was a dead crow. Its neck was twisted at an unnatural angle. Blood matted the feathers. Its wings were stretched out like it had been carefully placed, not dropped. I backed into the cabin and closed the door, locked it. I pushed one of the armchairs against it and shut all the curtains. The rest of the night was worse than any so far. Every hour or so, I'd hear a soft scraping sound, like fingernails across wood. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. The front door? The side of the cabin? The roof? Once, I thought I heard something, or someone, breathing just outside the bedroom window, but I never saw her that night. When morning finally came, I'd made up my mind. I packed up everything as fast as I could, shoved it all into the car, and started the drive back. But about 10 minutes down the track, I saw something up ahead. She was standing in the middle of the road, about 50 yards away. I hit the brakes. She didn't move. I couldn't go around her. The road was too narrow and sloped on both sides. I sat there, engine idling, gripping the wheel so hard my hands hurt. Then, she slowly turned and walked into the woods again. I drove past that spot, doing almost 50, tires kicking up gravel. I didn't stop until I was on the main road. Back home, I didn't tell anyone. I kept it to myself. I didn't want to sound mad. I checked the news for days, searched online for missing people, strange sightings, local stories. Nothing. Not a single mention. I emailed Mark's uncle to ask if anyone else had reported anything odd. Never got a reply. Weeks passed, then months. I started sleeping better again. Started to convince myself it was all just some weird encounter. Maybe she was mentally ill, living in the woods. Maybe it was a prank. I tried not to think about it. But last summer, 7 years later, I was walking my dog through a park near Walsall. It was early, just after sunrise. Not many people around. I saw her again. Same coat, same pale face, standing by the tree line, watching me. She didn't move. I turned around and walked away quickly, heart racing, dog whining at my side. When I looked back, she was gone. I haven't seen her since, but I still check over my shoulder more often now, especially in the woods, especially at night, and I haven't been back to Wales, not once. It was the fall of 2019 when I finally gave in to taking a solo break. I was 34 then, and after working non-stop for nearly 2 years without a real vacation, the burnout was settling in hard. I didn't want to go anywhere fancy. No airports, no crowds, no hotel check-ins. I just needed quiet, somewhere I wouldn't hear traffic or see a lit screen for days. A guy I used to work with, Evan, had told me about a small off-grid cabin his uncle owned out in the Smoky Mountains, not too far from the Tennessee-North Carolina border. It was nestled close to a narrow, rocky creek and surrounded by forest for miles. No electricity, no cell signal, just propane for heating and a hand-pumped well for water. I reached out to Evan and, after some back and forth, got the directions and a loose verbal agreement to stay there for a few nights. It took me almost 9 hours to drive there from where I lived in Indiana. I arrived just before sunset on a Wednesday. The air smelled of wet leaves, pine, and cold stone. It had rained earlier that day, and the dirt road that wound its way to the cabin had turned to a sticky mess. I parked my car 100 yards from the cabin on higher ground because I didn't trust the slope. From there, I carried my gear, backpack, duffel, groceries, and a rifle I brought mostly for comfort, down a steep, root-ridden trail to the cabin. The place looked like it hadn't been touched in years, with panels warped by time and weather, moss crawling up the side. The windows were small and smudged, framed by old iron latches. A sagging porch led to a single door that creaked under the slightest movement. It was silent otherwise, no birds, no bugs, just the dull gurgle of the creek about 30 yards downhill. I felt something tighten in my chest, but chalked it up to being alone after a long, loud year. Inside, the place was simple. One room with a cot in the corner, a wood stove, a small table, 2 chairs, and some old shelves with mismatched dishes and dented pots. A dusty oil lamp sat on the table. A thin rug stretched out underfoot, the color faded and stained with rings. No pictures, no mirrors. I stood there for a while, breathing it in. Musty but clean enough. I lit a lantern and unpacked what I needed. I kept most things in my pack in case something chewed through them or the roof leaked. I heated a can of chili on the small propane burner, ate in silence, and then sat outside on the porch watching the dark take over the forest. No stars, just heavy clouds rolling in. Cold crept up fast, so I went inside and built a fire in the stove. I didn't sleep great that first night. Not from fear, just discomfort. The cot was hard, and every noise outside sounded amplified. Twigs snapping, wind pushing branches, things skittering over the roof. I stayed in the cabin the next 2 days doing nothing but hiking, reading, napping, and sitting by the creek. There was no signal at all, no radio stations, not even a faint hum of electricity. I hadn't felt that kind of silence in years, but something started nagging at me by the 3rd night. I noticed boot prints around the back of the cabin early that morning. I hadn't walked behind it. The prints were narrow with worn tread, not mine. They looked older, dried out, but not erased by rain. Maybe Evan's uncle had been by recently. Maybe a hunter. Still, I kept my rifle closer that night. That evening, I hiked about half a mile out to find a clearer view of the mountains. On my way back, I heard something in the woods. It wasn't an animal. It was too steady, like someone pacing themselves through dense brush. I stopped and listened, but whoever or whatever it was had already paused. I stared through the trees for a long time. Nothing, just dead leaves and trunks. Still, I quickened my pace back to the cabin. I made it back just as the light fell, locked the door, shut the windows. The fire cracked loudly in the stove while I sat eating beef jerky and trail mix, trying to read. I didn't like how my nerves felt, too sharp. Every thud outside pulled my eyes to the window. That night, I barely slept. I kept the rifle by the cot, one hand on the woodstock. Around 3 a.m., I woke up suddenly, not from a dream, just alert like something had moved me. The fire had gone out, but a faint smell of smoke still hung in the air. Then I heard it, wood crunching, not right outside, but close. I held my breath. More steps, slow, careful, not an animal. I eased off the cot, rifle in hand, and stepped toward the window. I kept the lamp low so I wouldn't silhouette myself. Looking through the corner of the pane, I saw nothing, just black trees and faint moonlight, but I kept hearing it. Slow footfalls on dry leaves, stopping, then starting again. I stayed up until dawn, staring through the slats of the window, hand aching from holding the rifle so long. I never saw anyone, but I knew they were out there. When the sun rose, I walked a wide circle around the cabin. There were fresh prints, same as before, worn boots, same size. This time they led closer to the creek and looped back up behind the cabin. I followed them about 20 yards into the trees and then lost them where the ground hardened. That was enough for me. I didn't feel safe staying another night. I packed everything fast, loaded my gear back up the slope to the car. I kept glancing through the trees, expecting to see someone watching me, but there was no one. Still, my skin wouldn't settle. I drove the gravel road faster than I should have, fishtailing through the mud until I hit pavement again. Relief only came after about 30 minutes of driving when I started to see houses again. 2 days later, I couldn't shake what happened. I called Evan casually just to ask when the last time his uncle had been to the cabin. He told me his uncle passed away 3 years ago. No one had been there since. He was confused when I told him about the boot prints, said maybe some hiker got lost or something, but the cabin was way off any marked trail. There was no easy way to it unless you already knew it was there. I looked up reports in that county. Nothing. No missing persons, no property damage. Nothing suspicious. I moved on, but something still lingers. The feeling of being watched, of someone being out there, just beyond view. I don't think they wanted to hurt me. If they had plenty of chances. I think they were just curious or territorial. Someone living off-grid, maybe in those woods. Maybe just a hunter who didn't want anyone near his spot. But the way they moved, the way they came back night after night, never revealing themselves, that wasn't just passing through. I don't go into the deep woods alone anymore. Not without someone I trust, not without a satellite phone. I still think about that night, though, lying on that cot with the fire dying and footsteps crunching outside. I didn't see their face. I didn't hear their voice, but I felt them, and I don't think they were far. That trip was supposed to help me unwind, clear my head, but it did something else. It reminded me that there are parts of this country that don't belong to anyone. Places where the silence isn't peace. It's a warning. That cabin is still there. I know because I checked satellite images one day. The roof's still standing. Porch is still sagging. Trees have grown a little thicker around it. Whoever was out there that night might still be out there now, watching the creek and the trees, listening for footsteps on the trail again. I don't plan on going back. Not ever. I was 33 years old when I took that trip. It was October 2014, and the leaves had already turned a rusted orange and deep gold. I had just gone through a rough breakup that summer, and I wanted a break from everything. I wanted the quiet. I needed to be somewhere where no one could text me, call me, or ask how I was doing. Hunting season gave me that excuse. I packed up my old Ford pickup and drove nearly 6 hours north from my apartment in Boise to a small hunting cabin I'd rented from a man named Brent. I found it on a rural listing board and paid cash for the week. Brent had built the place with his brothers back in the 80s and hadn't touched it much since then. It was buried in a clearing about 20 miles off the main road, tucked at the edge of an old pine forest. No electricity, no cell service, no running water, just a hand pump outside and an outhouse maybe 20 yards away. The road in was just wide enough for a single truck and riddled with potholes and deep mud ruts. It was a place made for people who knew how to take care of themselves. I brought everything I thought I'd need: 2 coolers filled with food and beer, 3 jugs of water, a cot, my sleeping bag, a propane stove, a rifle, and a 9mm pistol just in case. It wasn't bear country, but I wasn't going to take chances. I also had a hatchet and an old hunting knife my dad gave me when I was 19. I remember tossing it into my bag at the last minute like some kind of comfort item. The cabin itself was nothing special. It was a square, weather-worn box with a little overhang and a few steps leading to the front door. Inside, there were 2 small windows covered by dark, dusty curtains. 1 narrow table, a single chair, a wood stove, and a bunch of firewood stacked in the corner. There were scratches in the floorboards and an old faded rug that curled up on the edges. The place had a faint sour smell, like mold and pine needles, but I didn't care. It was mine for a week, and I had come to be alone. I arrived in the late afternoon, just as the sun dipped below the tree line. I spent the first hour unloading my gear and stacking it neatly in the corner. I set up the cot beside the stove and cracked a beer while sitting on the single chair, staring out the window. Nothing moved. No cars.
No sounds.
Just the wind. The next morning, I woke up with stiff legs and a chill in the air. The inside of the cabin was freezing, and I had to light the stove with some old kindling and newspaper scraps Brent had left in a tin box. It took longer than it should have, but once the fire caught, the cabin started to warm. I boiled some water for instant coffee on my little propane stove and sipped it while standing outside, watching the forest wake up. That first day, I went scouting the area, trying to get a feel for the trails and animal sign. I wasn't out to bag anything big, just maybe a buck or some meat for the freezer. I hiked for a few hours, marked some trees with orange tape, and made it back by early evening. No problems, no people, just the sound of squirrels chattering and the occasional bird taking off. But that night, something felt off. It started as just a noise, something small, maybe a twig snapping near the back of the cabin. I was already in my cot, half asleep, with the fire dying low. I figured it was a raccoon or maybe even a deer sniffing around. I listened a while longer, but nothing followed. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, I stepped around back and found tracks. Not animal ones, human. I know boot prints when I see them, and these weren't mine. The dirt was soft from the rain earlier in the week, and the tread was clear. The person had walked along the back wall and stopped at the corner where the woods started again. I followed the prints for a few feet until they disappeared into the harder packed ground. I stood there for a long time, just staring into the trees. Whoever it was didn't leave a note, didn't knock, didn't say anything. That was what unsettled me the most. If they were lost, they would have made noise, called out, something, but they didn't. I didn't tell myself it was just a hiker. I've been in the woods enough to know people don't hike through that kind of brush for no reason. not 20 miles off the main road. I kept my 9mm closer after that. I even set it on the floor beside my cot at night, safety on, one in the chamber. The following days passed quietly. I hunted, though I didn't shoot anything. Saw some deer at a distance, but never got close enough for a clean shot. That was fine with me. I was starting to realize this trip wasn't really about hunting. It was about disappearing for a while, proving to myself that I could still live without the noise of the world. But that feeling of being watched didn't go away. Crept in around the edges. I kept hearing sounds, branches cracking. Once, what I thought was someone breathing just outside the window, slow and steady. That night I didn't sleep. I sat on the chair with my pistol in my hand, watching the front door. Nothing happened, but the feeling stayed. On the 5th day, I hiked a new trail deeper into the woods. I found an old logging road and followed it for a couple of miles until I came across something strange. It was a camp, or had been one, a half-collapsed tent. Trash scattered all over, cans, wrappers, an old jacket. A fire pit full of ashes and bones. Real bones, not big enough for a deer. They looked like dog bones, maybe, or something smaller. I didn't look too closely. There was no gear, no ID, no cooler. Just the tent and the garbage. And another thing. A tree nearby had been stripped of bark in long vertical lines, like someone had taken a knife to it, again and again, until the trunk was gouged out. I backed away slowly. I didn't touch anything. I walked back to the cabin in near silence, barely breathing. I kept looking behind me, expecting someone to be there. No one was. That night, I didn't light the fire. I didn't want the light to give away my position. I sat in the dark, listening. I barely moved, just held the pistol and waited. Around midnight, I heard footsteps outside. They were slow, steady, crunching the pine needles. Whoever it was circled the cabin once, maybe twice, then stood by the front door. I could hear them breathing again, just standing there. I couldn't bring myself to move. I don't know how long they stood there, but eventually, the sound stopped. I waited another hour before I even turned on my flashlight. The next morning, I saw it. Someone had tied a dead squirrel by its tail to the doorknob. Its eyes were missing. The body was stiff with the cold. Underneath it, on the door itself, someone had carved a single word. Stay. That was enough. I packed up everything as fast as I could. I threw gear into the truck without organizing it, just tossing it into the bed. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I just drove. That road back out was worse than I remembered. I hit a rut so deep I thought the axle would snap. But I didn't care. I just kept driving. When I finally reached the highway, I pulled over and sat there for a long time, just shaking. I didn't call the police. I didn't report it. What would I say? Some guy breathing outside my cabin and a dead squirrel? A campsite with bones? They'd ask for evidence. I had none. And part of me didn't want to go back out there. I don't know who it was. Could have been some off-grid squatter, a trapper gone paranoid, or someone worse, someone who liked to watch, someone who didn't want company. I never went back to that cabin. Brent called once to ask if I left some gear behind, but I ignored the call. I didn't want to talk about it. Still don't really. But every now and then, when I camp closer to home, I get that same feeling. Like something is just past the tree line. Watching. Waiting. I keep my pistol closer now. And I don't hunt alone anymore. Not after that. I was 34 when I decided to spend a few weeks alone in a small cabin outside a forgotten town in Montana. The place was called Cardwell. You'd drive right past it if you weren't looking. My job in a Denver warehouse had burned me out. 10 years of loading and unloading cargo boxes in all seasons, and the last 2 winters had been brutal. My back always ached, and I was tired of seeing the same cold fluorescent lights. I'd rented the cabin online. The owner, a retired veteran, listed it on a travel forum I used. He described it as basic, remote, near a cemetery, great for solitude. That was what drew me. I wanted to be left alone. No phone, no internet, just a wood stove, a cot, and a roof. The cabin sat near an old cemetery that hadn't been used in decades. I didn't care. I'd stayed in worse places. I just wanted the kind of quiet where you can hear your own breath. I arrived in late October, just before the real Montana cold settled in. I drove my old Chevy Suburban with a cooler full of food, a stack of wood in the back, a solar battery for charging a few essentials, and my old .30-30 lever-action rifle, just in case. There were signs warning about bears and mountain lions, and I wasn't looking to get caught off guard. The cabin was a single room, wood walls weathered and dark, metal roof, small wood stove with a cast iron pipe cutting through the ceiling, a rickety bed frame with a stained mattress, a fold-out table, and a chair. No power lines.
No plumbing.
Just an outhouse about 50 yards out behind some cottonwoods. I found the cemetery about 100 feet behind the tree line. A half-acre plot with crooked iron fencing and maybe 20 headstones, all cracked or leaning. The grass had turned yellow and stiff. A few rusted metal crosses stuck out of the ground, too. Most of the names on the stones were unreadable, eroded by time. The first couple of days were quiet. I split wood, boiled water over the stove, cooked basic meals, canned beans, oatmeal, ramen. At night, I read by lantern light, wrote in a cheap notebook, or just sat there, listening to the wind. I'd wake at sunrise and walk the woods with my rifle slung across my back. The cemetery didn't bother me. It was just old stone and dirt. But then things started to shift. Started small. On the third night, I woke up feeling like something had brushed my foot. I sleep in socks, always have, and it felt like bare skin on skin. I sat up fast, heart beating hard. My flashlight was beside me. I clicked it on and scanned the floor. Nothing. I checked the door. Still latched from the inside. I told myself it was just a dream or maybe a twitch, but I didn't sleep much after that. The next day, I hiked farther out, hoping to clear my head. There were old logging trails behind the cabin. I followed one of them for hours, pushing through thick brush, sometimes stopping to listen for movement. No people, just crows and the occasional snap of a branch. When I got back, it was late afternoon. I found boot prints in the dirt outside the cabin. Not mine. I stood there staring at them. The heel marks were deep. The boot had a wide toe, definitely not my hiking boots. I checked around the cabin but saw nothing else. No trash, no sign of gear. Just those prints leading up to the porch and then vanishing into the brush behind the outhouse. I spent that night awake, my rifle across my lap, lantern low. Every creak in the wood made me tense. I didn't hear anything outside.
No footsteps. No breathing.
Just wind hitting the walls now and then. When dawn came, I stepped outside to piss, and the whole place felt different, like the trees were watching me. There's no real way to explain that feeling, you just know it when it hits you. That afternoon, I walked the property with my rifle in hand. I followed where the boot prints had gone. They disappeared behind the outhouse, but I kept going, moving slow. Eventually, I found an old trail. It was overgrown and led toward the cemetery. I hadn't noticed it before. I followed it about 50 yards and came across a tree stump with an old tin can sitting on it. The can had ash inside. Someone had used it as a kind of burner. Around it were small piles of rocks and bits of string. I didn't touch anything, just looked and left. That night, I heard something outside the cabin. Not an animal, something heavier. A slow shuffle in the dirt, like boots. Then a thump on the side of the wall. I held my breath, heart in my throat. I killed the lantern and sat in the dark, watching the door. I had my rifle, Safety off. Then it stopped. Just silence. I sat there until morning. The next day, I walked around the cabin. There was a mark on the sidewall, a single boot scuff right below the window. Same tread as before. I packed my gear. I was going to leave early. I didn't feel safe anymore. But when I got to my Suburban, the front driver's side tire was slashed. Not blown, cut. A clean slit along the sidewall.
No spares.
I was stuck. I took the rifle and hiked down the dirt road for signal, but there was nothing. I was too deep out. I tried walking farther, but after 2 hours I turned back. I wasn't going to make it to town and back before dark. I figured I'd try again in the morning. That night was worse. I tried not to sleep. I sat on the floor with my rifle and kept the lantern low. Around midnight I heard movement again. Soft crunches in the leaves. This time, whoever it was walked all the way around the cabin. Slow, deliberate. I heard them stop outside the front door. Then something scraped across the wood. I could feel the boards creak under their weight. I raised the rifle, aiming at the door.
No knock.
No attempt to open it. Just standing. I sat like that for hours. Eventually, the noise stopped. When daylight came, I opened the door and looked around. Nothing but old prints in the frost. But something else caught my eye. A bone. A small animal bone, maybe a rabbit's femur, placed upright on the porch rail. It hadn't been there before. I went back inside and locked the door. I kept the rifle near me the whole day. I didn't go outside, didn't eat much. I waited for light to fade, feeling like I was being hunted. That night I heard them again. Footsteps, closer this time. But now they came from 2 directions. Someone was behind the cabin, and someone was near the front. I had a single lantern burning. I turned it off and stood in the dark, rifle up. I waited, then I heard it. The door handle moved, just a click and a slow jiggle. Then nothing. I stood still, barrel pointed at the door. Whoever was out there didn't try to open it again. At some point, I must have dozed off against the wall because I woke up in the morning with my rifle still in my hands, neck sore, legs numb. I opened the door carefully. There was something written in the dirt with a stick. A single word, soon. I packed everything, food, tools, notebook. I left the water jug. I strapped my pack tight and took my rifle. I wasn't going to wait around for whatever soon meant. I followed the road all the way into Cardwell. Took most of the day. My legs were dead by the end. I stopped at a gas station and called the sheriff. They sent a deputy out to the cabin later that week. He said he didn't see anything strange except for some worn boot prints and the words still faintly scratched in the dirt. No sign of anyone else. He figured it was a prank, maybe someone messing with me. Said the area had some squatters or weird locals who liked to keep to themselves. I never went back. I called a tow service to drag my Suburban out. Sold it. Didn't even want to sit in it again. Now, years later, I still think about that place. I still think about the way they moved around the cabin, slow like they knew they had time. I think about the small fire pit with the rocks and string, and I wonder what those meant. I wonder how long they'd been watching me before they let me hear them, and what they would have done if I'd opened the door. I don't go camping anymore, and I don't trust silence the way I used to. That graveyard cabin taught me that being alone isn't the same as being safe. It taught me that the scariest things are the ones that never speak, never show their face, but let you know they're there anyway. They were waiting for something, and I didn't want to be there when they got it. I never planned to go camping alone in the middle of nowhere, but after a long stretch of exhausting work back in 1998, I figured a few days off by myself in the woods would be exactly what I needed. I was 29 then, working as a junior engineer in a factory in northern Minnesota. The job was demanding, and the city life felt suffocating. I wanted silence, fresh air, and time to clear my head. I'd heard about the old cabin somewhere deep in the Chippewa National Forest, near Cass Lake. It was an abandoned hunting cabin, off the usual trails, forgotten by time. The forest there was dense, full of towering pines, birch, and thick undergrowth. The place had a reputation for being creepy, but I didn't care about stories. I just wanted to be away from people and noise. I packed my old green backpack with the usual gear: tent, sleeping bag, canned food, water, a small stove, and a flashlight. I drove up in my beat-up Chevy and parked at the forest's edge early one crisp October morning. The air was chilly but not freezing yet. The sun had just started to burn through the morning mist. I set off on foot with a map and a compass, knowing roughly where the cabin was marked on old forestry maps. The trail was faint, more like animal paths than official ones. I pushed through thick brush, my boots sinking into wet leaves and moss. The forest smelled rich, earthy, piney, damp. After hours of hiking, my legs were tired and my shirt damp with sweat under the heavy backpack. Just as I started to wonder if I'd gone the wrong way, I spotted it. The cabin. It was small, made of rough logs stacked and chinked with moss and clay, with a sagging roof covered in faded tar paper. The windows were dirty and cracked, some panes missing. The door hung crooked on rusty hinges. It looked abandoned, maybe for decades. I felt a strange mix of excitement and unease. The silence around the cabin was intense. No birdsong, no wind, just the sound of my own breathing and footsteps. I dropped my pack, pulled out the flashlight, and pushed the door open with a creak that echoed through the hollow inside. The cabin's interior smelled stale and musty, like old wood and damp dirt. The floorboards creaked under my weight. Dust hung thick in the air, floating in the beam of my flashlight. There was a small stone fireplace with old ashes and charred wood, a wooden table with broken chairs, and some scattered, decaying papers on a shelf. As I stepped inside, I noticed something odd on the floor near the back wall. At first, I thought it was a pile of clothes or a bundle of rags, but as I got closer, my stomach twisted. It was a body, a human body lying face down, half curled against the wall. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The skin was pale and blotchy, the clothes torn and dirty. The face was turned just enough for me to see sunken eyes, the glassy stare of death. The smell hit me then, an awful mix of decay, mildew, and something metallic. The body had clearly been there a long time. I swallowed hard and took a step back. My mind raced. Who was this person? How did they die here? Why hadn't anyone found them before? I scanned the rest of the cabin carefully, looking for clues. On the table was an old, rusted knife, its blade dull but stained dark. Near the body were scraps of torn fabric and a small, leather-bound notebook. I picked up the notebook carefully, the pages brittle and yellowed. Inside, I found faint handwriting, shaky and faded. The entries were dated about 5 years earlier. The writer was a man named Harold, who had apparently been living in the cabin for some time. He wrote about his struggle to survive the harsh winters, about hunting and gathering food, and about a growing fear of being watched. The last entry was abrupt, unfinished. I put the notebook down, trying to steady my nerves. I knew I had to get help, but the nearest ranger station was miles away, and my phone had no signal. I sat down on a broken chair and tried to piece together what had happened. From the signs, it looked like Harold had been stranded in the cabin, isolated and sick. The torn clothes and knife suggested maybe a struggle or a desperate attempt to defend himself. His body was already cold, stiff, and obviously long dead when I found him. I decided to make camp inside the cabin for the night. I had a basic first aid kit and enough food to last me a couple of days, but I didn't want to leave without alerting someone first. I lit a small fire in the fireplace, careful not to cause damage. The flames cast flickering shadows on the cracked walls, and the cabin suddenly felt less like a tomb and more like a refuge. But the image of the dead man stayed with me. During the night, the forest noises came alive. The hoot of an owl, the rustling of leaves, distant animal calls. The cabin creaked and groaned as the wind pushed against it. I tried to sleep, but I kept waking up, my mind spinning with questions and uneasy thoughts. The next morning, I packed up and set off back toward the trailhead. As I walked, I noticed broken branches and footprints in the dirt. Someone else had been here recently. I didn't know if it was someone connected to Harold or just a hunter passing through. When I finally reached the ranger station, I reported everything. They said they'd send a team to investigate and search the area more thoroughly. The officials thanked me for coming forward and assured me they would handle the situation. A few weeks later, I heard that the body was identified as Harold Mitchell, a man who had disappeared years ago. Apparently, he had left the city after losing his job and had chosen to live off the grid, surviving in the woods until winter had gotten the best of him. The cabin was cleared out, and the Forest Patrol increased its monitoring of the area. The story made local news, a reminder of how harsh and unforgiving nature could be, and how easy it was for someone to disappear without a trace. For me, that trip changed how I saw the wilderness. It wasn't just peaceful or beautiful. It could be lonely and dangerous, a place where people could slip away from the world and sometimes never come back. Even now, years later, I think about that cabin, about Harold lying there all alone in the dark, waiting to be found. It's a sobering thought, one I carry with me every time I step into the woods. It was the fall of 1998 when I decided to build a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Maine. I was 28 then, tired of the noise and crowds of Portland where I had spent most of my adult life. I worked in a small print shop, and the days felt long and suffocating. I had always been drawn to the forest, the thick pines, the quiet rivers, the smell of damp earth and moss. So I bought a small patch of land, about 10 acres, far away from any road, near a forgotten logging trail, and planned to build a cabin by myself. I didn't have much experience in construction, but I was determined. I spent months reading manuals and watching videos on building cabins. I saved every penny I could, bought basic tools, a chainsaw, an axe, some nails and timber, and I was ready. The land was beautiful but wild. It was a small clearing surrounded by tall spruce and fir trees, and the ground was soft from the constant rain that fell in Maine's autumn. The land wasn't flat. It sloped gently down toward a narrow stream, and the earth smelled rich and alive. I had marked a spot near the clearing center to build. It was close enough to the stream to get water, but high enough to avoid flooding. I arrived early one October morning with my old pickup, loaded with supplies. The sky was gray and overcast, the air cold and crisp. I felt excited, maybe a bit nervous. This was my chance to escape the city, to live simply and quietly. The first day, I began clearing the spot, cutting small trees and brush. The ground was soft and muddy underfoot. My boots sank into the dirt more than I expected. By afternoon, I had cleared a decent area, maybe 30 by 20 feet. I felt tired but satisfied. The forest was quiet except for birds and the occasional rustle of squirrels. I slept that first night in my truck. The temperature dropped, and I heard the wind whistle through the trees. I felt peaceful. I didn't have a phone or any connection to the outside world. It was just me and the woods. For the next week, I worked every day, chopping wood, setting up a small foundation. I built a simple frame with logs I cut myself. My hands grew calloused and sore, but the progress was steady. The rain started coming more often, soaking through my clothes and making the ground slippery. I learned to move carefully. One night, a week into the work, A cold rain started around midnight. It came down hard, pounding on the leaves and my truck roof. I was inside the truck, trying to stay warm and dry. I could see the water collecting in small pools on the ground. The wind picked up, shaking the branches above. The rain was relentless. I felt a strange mix of comfort and unease. The rain was nature's music, but it also made everything look darker and wilder. The next morning, I stepped out. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still heavy with clouds. The forest smelled fresh and wet. The ground was muddy, and my boots left deep prints. I worked on the walls, nailing planks and beams. It was slow going, but I liked the rhythm. I planned to stay for several weeks, living off the land and slowly building my shelter. I packed only essentials: canned food, a little fresh meat, water, tools, and some blankets. After about 10 days, the rain returned in the late afternoon. I was inside the half-built cabin, trying to cover the wood with tarps. The rain was heavy again, and the wind seemed stronger. The trees bent and groaned under the storm. I heard the river near the stream rise. I felt a sudden chill, more from the wet than the cold air. That night, I slept on the cabin floor under a tarp. The roof wasn't done, so the rain splattered in places. Water seeped through cracks, pooling on the floor. I moved my blankets and supplies away from wet spots. Every time the wind blew hard, the cabin creaked and shifted. Outside, the forest was alive with the sound of rain and wind. It was then that the feeling started. A tension, a sense that I was not alone. Not in a supernatural way, but in the real human way. When you're deep in the woods, far from any road or neighbor, every sound feels amplified. Every crack or snap of a branch is a question. On the third night of the storm, I woke suddenly to a noise outside the cabin. It was faint at first, a low thud, then a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled through the mud. My heart raced. I was alone. I knew it. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly crawled toward the small window I had cut into the wall. I turned it on and shined it outside. The rain had stopped, but the ground was slick and dark. I saw nothing at first, just the wet clearing and trees. Then, about 50 feet from the cabin, I caught a glimpse of something moving. A figure? I wasn't sure. The shape was hunched, slow, moving carefully between the trees. It wasn't a deer or a bear. The way it moved was deliberate, like it was searching or looking for something. I felt my breath catch. I didn't call out or make noise. I just watched, frozen. The figure stopped, turned slightly, and then disappeared behind a large pine. I waited several minutes, heart pounding, but it never came closer. I don't know why, but I didn't feel panic. More like unease and curiosity. Who could be out here at this time in the middle of nowhere in the rain? There was no road nearby for a car to pass, no trails except old logging ones rarely used. I turned off the flashlight and backed away from the window. I tried to sleep, but every noise made me tense. I imagined all kinds of scenarios, hunters, lost hikers, or worse. The woods were no place for surprises at night. The next day, the rain had cleared, and the sun broke through the clouds. I went outside to look for tracks. Near where I had seen the figure, the ground was soft and muddy. I found footprints, large, booted prints, not fresh but a day or two old. They led from the deeper forest toward the stream and then vanished. I thought about packing up and leaving, but I didn't. I was committed. The cabin had become my project, my escape. The fear stayed with me but was buried beneath determination. Over the next week, I finished the cabin roof and built a small fireplace from stones I gathered near the stream. I made a door from old wood planks I found in a nearby abandoned shed. The cabin was crude and small, just enough space to sleep and cook, but it was dry and warm. The nights were colder now, and the rain came in fits and starts. I kept a fire going in the fireplace, and the glow made the cabin feel safe and solid. Yet the feeling of being watched or followed never fully left. One evening, around dusk, I was outside stacking firewood when I heard footsteps in the mud behind me. They were heavy and slow, deliberate. I froze and slowly turned around. There was no one there. The trees swayed with the wind, leaves rustling. The footprints were gone. I scanned the woods, but all I saw was empty forest, the shadows stretching long. I realized then that I was not used to the silence and isolation. My mind was playing tricks. Still, I took it seriously. That night, I locked the door and blocked the windows as best I could. I kept my axe near my bed. Weeks passed. The weather grew colder. I settled into a rhythm. Wake early, work on improvements, gather firewood, fish in the stream. I caught trout and cooked them over the fire. One morning, after a heavy rainstorm, I found something odd. Near the stream, partially covered in mud and leaves, was a small metal box. It looked old, rusty. I opened it carefully. Inside were a few old coins, a folded piece of paper, and a worn leather strap. The paper was brittle and faded. I couldn't make out the writing. I pocketed the box and brought it back to the cabin. It felt like a sign that others had been here before me. The days grew shorter and the nights colder. I built a small outhouse and dug a shallow trench to divert water away from the cabin. The rain was constant now, turning the ground into a soft, sticky mess. One particularly rainy night, I lay awake listening to the storm. The wind was fierce, and the rain beat against the roof like thousands of tiny drums. Suddenly, I heard a sharp crack, a branch breaking somewhere close, then a low thump against the cabin wall. I grabbed my flashlight and axe and moved toward the door. I hesitated. Whatever it was outside in the dark, soaked woods. I opened the door a crack. Rain hit my face. I shone the light out into the darkness. Nothing but trees. I closed the door quickly and bolted it. My heart pounded. I stayed awake the rest of the night, listening for any sounds. The next morning, I found scratches on the outside wall, long, deep marks, like from claws or a sharp tool. The wood was splintered. I didn't know what to think. Maybe a bear, maybe someone messing with me. I packed my bag quickly that day, deciding to leave. I had enough. This place was not safe for me. But then, while gathering my things, I heard a voice, soft, human, calling my name from the trees. I stopped and looked around, but no one was there. It was impossible. I was alone. I didn't respond. Instead, I hurried to my truck and drove away down the logging trail, heart racing. Back in town, I told a friend about the strange noises and the figure I had seen. He suggested it might have been a hunter or a poacher. The area was remote, and some people didn't want others there. I never went back to the cabin. Years later, I heard the land was sold, and the cabin fell into ruin. I often think about that rainy fall in Maine, the isolation, the storm, the feeling of being watched. It taught me something about nature and solitude. Sometimes, the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts, but the unknown and the very real dangers of being alone in the wild. And the rain was always there, washing everything away, hiding secrets beneath the mud and trees. I still remember the first time I saw the cabin, even now, 2 years later. It was the kind of place you wouldn't notice if you weren't looking for it. Tucked behind a line of pine trees on the edge of an old graveyard in northern Vermont. It didn't look like anything special. Just an old wooden structure with a slanted tin roof, part of it sagging under its own weight. It was far from town, and the only way to reach it was through a dirt trail that split off from a narrow county road. I was 31 that summer, and my plan had been simple. Spend a few weeks away from people, away from noise, away from work. Just me, my thoughts, and a little bit of space to breathe. I had found the place listed on a quiet cabin rental website, one of those where the owners didn't even bother listing phone numbers. Everything was handled through email, and payment was done through a bank transfer. It was listed as a rustic hunting cabin, perfect for quiet thinkers, solo hikers, or anyone needing time off-grid. The pictures showed a small wood stove, a cot, a table, and an outhouse out back. No running water, no electricity. It looked exactly like what I needed. The owner or whoever managed the place emailed me instructions, and that was it. No personal message, just directions on how to find the trailhead and a code for the padlock on the door. I didn't think much of it at the time. It was cheap, quiet, and available. I drove up from Massachusetts in the second week of August. The air was already cooler up north, and the forest felt thicker the further I got from the highway. Took most of the day to get there. I remember passing a small gas station about 10 miles from the cabin and thinking it might be the last bit of civilization I'd see for a while. I stopped, filled up, bought a few cans of chili and a big jug of water. The clerk looked like he wanted to say something but never did. By the time I reached the dirt trail that led to the cabin, it was already getting dark. The trail was rough, overgrown in spots, and I had to park my car about half a mile down because a tree had fallen across the road. I grabbed my bag, slung it over my shoulder, and walked the rest of the way in. The cabin looked smaller in person. The roof was rusted and dented. The front door had deep scratches near the bottom, like a dog or something had tried to claw its way in. The lock worked, though, and the inside was just as expected. One cot with a thin mattress, a small table and chair, and a little stove in the corner. The woodpile out front was half rotted, but I managed to find enough dry pieces to get a fire going in the stove. It didn't take long before the place warmed up, the metal popping and creaking as it heated. I didn't notice the graveyard at first. I saw it the next morning, after walking a few minutes behind the cabin. There was no fence, just a scattering of old headstones poking up from the tall grass like crooked teeth. Some of them had sunk into the ground, and others were completely covered in moss. A few were broken in half. It didn't look like anyone had been buried there in decades. I felt uneasy about it, but not scared. Cemeteries didn't bother me. The people buried there had been gone a long time. There was no threat. I went back to the cabin and spent most of that day settling in. I unpacked my food, cleaned out a few spiders, and sat outside watching the trees sway in the breeze. It was peaceful, quiet in a way I hadn't felt in a long time. That night, I couldn't sleep well. It wasn't fear, at least not yet. The sounds of the forest were louder than I expected. Things moved out there. Small animals, birds, the occasional crack of a branch. Around midnight, I heard something heavier, like someone walking, but slower, more irregular. It only lasted a few seconds. Then it was quiet again. I told myself it was a deer, maybe a moose. I stayed awake for a while, listening, but nothing else happened. The next few days were slow. I hiked around the woods during the day, cooked over a small propane burner I had brought with me, and wrote in my journal. I didn't bring a phone.
No laptop.
I wanted the break, and I got it. But each day, I felt a little more aware of the graveyard. It wasn't just behind the cabin, it was close, maybe 100 feet away. And there was something strange about it, something that didn't sit right. The headstones were too random. Some had no names, just initials or numbers. Others were carved in a way that didn't look quite right. Not religious, not decorative, just crude, like someone had scratched them out with a knife. I tried not to think about it too much. On the fourth night, I woke up suddenly. The fire in the stove had gone out. The cabin was dark, and it was freezing. I reached for my flashlight, clicked it on, and sat up. I didn't know what had woken me at first. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. They were slow, dragging. Not in the cabin, but just outside. I froze. I wasn't imagining it this time. I turned off the flashlight and listened. The footsteps moved around to the back of the cabin, then stopped. I waited, heart pounding. I had a hatchet next to the cot, more out of habit than fear. I gripped it and stayed still. Minutes passed. Nothing. Eventually, I got up and moved slowly to the front window. I lifted the curtain just a crack. The moon was out, but the trees cast heavy shadows. I didn't see anyone. I waited another hour before I finally climbed back into the cot. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I checked the ground around the cabin. The dirt was soft, and I found marks. Not boot prints, not animal tracks, just shallow impressions like someone had been shuffling barefoot. They led toward the graveyard and disappeared into the grass. I packed up my bag. I didn't leave, but I started keeping my boots on at night. I kept the hatchet close. I stopped hiking. I just stayed near the cabin and watched the woods. That afternoon, I explored the graveyard more carefully. I counted 23 stones. Some were leaning against trees. Others were buried under leaves. There was one right at the edge of the woods with a name scratched in, Jacob R. 1942-1961. The date stuck with me. Whoever Jacob was, he had died young. 19. I didn't find anything else that day, but I had a knot in my stomach the rest of the evening. I watched the woods through the window until I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. That night, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't footsteps. It was breathing. Heavy, slow breathing right outside the front door. I didn't move. I didn't even reach for the flashlight. I just lay there and listened. It lasted about 30 seconds. Then it stopped. I waited another hour before I got up and checked the window. Nothing. But in the morning, I found something that turned my stomach. The door handle was smeared with something dark. First, I thought it was mud. Then I smelled it. Iron. Blood. Just a thin smear, like someone had run their fingers across it. I decided I'd had enough. I packed my things, put out the fire, and locked the cabin behind me. I didn't care if I had paid for 2 more days. I just wanted to be out of there. I hiked back to my car, head on a swivel the whole time. I kept expecting to see someone following me, but I never did. When I got back to the car, I found a piece of cloth stuck under my windshield wiper. It was old, yellowed, torn, and tied in a knot. I almost didn't want to open it, but I did. Inside was a tooth. Human from what I could tell. I dropped it and drove. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. I didn't report it. I didn't tell anyone. I just went home, deleted the emails from the cabin owner, and tried to forget about the whole thing. But I couldn't. A few weeks later, I tried looking up the graveyard. I searched the area on Google Maps, zoomed in on the forest near where I had been. There was no marker, no cemetery listed. I looked up old records, but nothing came up. The town had no mention of a graveyard in that area. I even tried looking up the name on the headstone, Jacob R. But there were no matching obituaries. Nothing, like it had never existed. I checked the cabin listing again. Gone. The website was still there, but the cabin had been removed. I emailed the address I had used to book it. No response. A week later, the email bounced. I've gone over those days in my head 1,000 times. There were no ghosts.
No monsters.
Just something human. Someone, maybe multiple people, living out there in the woods near a forgotten graveyard, watching the cabin, coming close at night. Maybe they thought they were being careful. Maybe they liked getting close. I don't know, but I do know this. Someone walked barefoot around that cabin. Someone smeared blood on the door handle, and someone left a human tooth under my wiper. I haven't gone camping since. Haven't been near Vermont either. I still lock every door and window before I sleep, and I still check the yard with a flashlight every single night, because I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe in people, and some of them are far worse. It was late September 2016 when I decided I needed a break from people. I was 29 at the time, working a delivery job in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and I was starting to feel like I was wasting my life. Every day was the same. Wake up, deliver packages, eat microwave dinners, and fall asleep to the sound of traffic outside my apartment window. I didn't have a girlfriend. Most of my friends had either moved away or gotten married. I had this constant pressure in my chest like I needed to escape, just for a little while. I found an old hiking trail map in a used bookstore, and there was a spot marked near the Allegheny National Forest that caught my eye. It wasn't far, maybe 5 hours northwest, and there was a trail that supposedly led to a long-abandoned firewatch cabin built sometime in the 1940s. There weren't any photos online, just a rough mention of it on a forum from back in 2010. That made it even more appealing to me. I liked the idea of getting off the grid, even just for a couple of days. No cell service, no people, just trees, cold air, and silence. I packed light: sleeping bag, canned food, water, a portable stove, flashlight, extra batteries, basic first aid, and my dad's old hunting knife. I didn't own a tent. I figured if I could make it to the cabin, I wouldn't need one. I drove up early Friday morning and left my car off a side road near an old gravel pull-off. It was a little overgrown, but I locked up, slung on my pack, and started into the woods. The trail wasn't official anymore. It had faded with time, and the deeper I went, the more I had to rely on landmarks and a compass. After about 5 hours of walking, I started to wonder if the cabin even existed anymore. The ground was damp and soft, covered with wet leaves. I saw animal tracks, mostly deer, and heard nothing but my own breathing and the rustle of wind through the trees. It started to drizzle in the late afternoon. I was about to give up and turn back when I saw it through the trees. The cabin sat in a small clearing, slouched like it had been waiting a long time to collapse. One corner of the roof had caved in, and the porch looked like it would give out if I stepped on it wrong. But the door was intact, barely hanging on its hinges, and there was no sign of anyone being there recently. I dropped my pack on the porch and pushed the door open. The smell hit me first: mold, damp wood, and something else I couldn't place. Not rot exactly, but a sour, stale scent that made me wrinkle my nose. Inside, it was one room. There was an old wood stove in the corner, rusted and cold. A broken table and 2 chairs sat near a boarded-up window. The walls were lined with shelves, most empty, but one held a rusted lantern and a stack of old newspapers that had gone yellow. There was a dusty cot on the far side, and I could tell from the stains on the mattress that animals had been in there at some point. I figured I could set up my sleeping bag on top of the cot, keep my boots on, and make it work for one night. I started a small fire in the stove using some dry bark and twigs from under the porch, just enough to take the chill out of the air. The smoke went up the chimney fine. I heated a can of beans and ate while sitting in one of the rickety chairs, staring at the wall. There was something strangely comforting about the quiet. No humming of machines, no voices, just the soft hiss of the fire. That first night was calm, though I didn't sleep well. Every creak of the wood made me jolt awake. The wind picked up and scratched at the walls like fingers, and twice I thought I heard something moving outside. But when I got up and looked through a crack in the boards, there was nothing, just trees and blackness. The next morning, I stepped out to pee and found tracks in the mud near the edge of the clearing. Not animal, boots. I stood there for a long time staring at them. They were about my size, maybe a little bigger, and the tread looked fresh. They hadn't been there the day before. They weren't mine. I walked a slow circle around the clearing, but I didn't see any other signs. No torn branches, no trash, no other gear. I tried to tell myself it could have been someone passing through the night before I got there, maybe a hunter or another hiker. But there was no reason to come this far off trail unless they were also looking for the cabin. And if they were, where were they now? I didn't see anyone that day, but I felt off. I stayed close to the cabin, collected some dry wood, boiled water from a nearby stream, and tried to keep busy. But my eyes kept darting to the tree line. That feeling you get when someone's watching you from just out of sight. It was in my gut all day, like a weight pulling me toward panic. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate, crunching over leaves and stopping for long stretches. I lay there in my sleeping bag, knife in hand, heart hammering. I didn't breathe. I just listened. The steps circled the cabin once, then stopped near the back. I heard nothing for a long time. Then something scraped the wall. I don't know how long I stayed frozen like that. Hours maybe. When the sky finally lightened, I forced myself to get up and go outside. There was nothing there. No one. But I found something scratched into the rear wall of the cabin. 3 lines, rough and vertical, like someone had dragged a rock or a knife across the wood. Not words, just marks. That was the moment I decided to leave. I packed up fast, shoving everything into my bag. I didn't eat, didn't drink, just made for the woods. I kept checking over my shoulder, certain I'd see someone step out from the trees. But the forest was quiet, too quiet. I walked fast, then jogged, then ran. I lost the trail more than once, scratched my arms and face pushing through underbrush, tripped over roots. It was like the forest had swallowed the path while I was gone. I started to panic when I realized I didn't recognize anything. I had a compass, but even that didn't feel right. Kept swinging wildly, or maybe I was just too shaken to read it straight. I stopped to catch my breath sometime in the afternoon and saw something hanging from a branch ahead. At first, I thought it was trash, someone's shirt or bag. But when I got closer, I saw it was a dead squirrel, tied by its tail with fishing line, swinging slightly in the breeze. Its body was bloated, flies buzzing around its head. The line had been knotted tightly, cleanly, like someone had taken their time. That wasn't nature. That was a message. I didn't know which way to go anymore, so I kept moving in one direction, hoping I'd hit a road or a stream I recognized. As the sun started to dip, I saw another thing in the trees. A stack of stones, 6 of them, balanced one on top of the other like a totem. It wasn't natural. The edges were sharp, freshly placed. I knocked it over and kept walking. When night fell, I was still lost. I hadn't seen any sign of a trail, road, or people. I decided not to stop. I kept walking through the dark with my flashlight, heart pounding with every noise. An owl, a stick breaking, my own breath. Then I saw another cabin. It was smaller than the first, older, nearly collapsed. The door had fallen in, and part of the roof was gone. I almost passed it, but something about it made me stop. I looked inside. There was a sleeping bag, newer, not mine, and a small pile of canned food, unopened. The air inside was cold and smelled like rust. I stepped back, suddenly terrified that someone might still be using it. I didn't wait. I kept walking. That night, I stumbled onto the trail again, purely by accident. It was barely visible, but I saw the worn path in the leaves and almost cried. I followed it until dawn and reached the gravel pull-off where I'd left my car. It was still there, untouched. I got in, locked the doors, and sat there for a long time before I could even turn the key. When I finally did, I drove straight home without stopping. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't even look at the photos I took on my phone. I deleted them all. For weeks after, I had trouble sleeping. Every night, I'd wake up thinking I heard someone walking outside my window. Every time I left the apartment, I felt like I was being watched. I kept checking behind me in the grocery store, in the parking lot, everywhere. It was like I'd brought something back with me, even though I knew that wasn't possible. Not in the way people talk about ghosts or curses. This was different, human. A month later, I was scrolling through local news when I saw a headline about a missing hunter. Last seen near the Allegheny Forest. They found his truck parked on the side of the road, not far from where I had parked mine. No signs of a struggle, no sign of him, just gone. I didn't go to the police. I didn't want to be involved. But I knew someone else was out there. Someone living off the grid, watching that trail, that cabin, waiting for people like me to wander in too deep. I've never been back in the woods since, and I never will. I was 33 years old when it happened. I had taken some time off from work in September 2018, just a short break to get out of Chicago and breathe cleaner air. I'd been working a desk job for almost 9 years by then, long hours, high stress, and almost no quiet. My father had passed away earlier that year, and something about that made me want to reconnect with a slower way of living. He had grown up on a farm in Nebraska, though I'd never visited it as a kid. So I started looking for a short-term cabin rental in rural areas, somewhere not too far from Illinois, just for a week or two. Eventually, I found this place outside of Warsaw, Missouri. The listing was short and plain. Small cabin on old farmland, no Wi-Fi, limited cell service. Bring your own supplies. That sounded perfect to me. It was remote, it was cheap, and it had that kind of rough charm you don't find in city rentals. I packed a cooler, a couple of books, a few changes of clothes, and drove down early one Saturday morning. The drive took about 8 hours, and I didn't see another car for the last 50 miles. It was all two-lane roads, rolling fields, and patches of forest. The GPS lost signal halfway down a gravel road, so I had to rely on the owner's handwritten directions from that point. I followed the path along a tree line, past an old wooden fence, and found the cabin tucked behind a narrow hill, just like the note had said. The cabin itself was small. One room with a cot, a wood stove, and a narrow window above a sink. No electricity, no plumbing aside from a hand pump outside, and a composting toilet in a shed 20 yards away. The place had been used by farmhands back in the 1940s, according to the note left on the table. It was sturdy but obviously aged. The wood was worn soft in some places, rough and splintered in others. The smell inside was dry and earthy, like firewood and old dust. Still, it felt safe, felt honest. I liked that. The first 2 days were peaceful. I walked the fields during the day, cooked simple meals over the little stove, read my books, and slept with the window cracked open. The only sounds were bugs, birds, and the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. I had this small folding chair I brought out each morning and would just sit by the fence, looking out over the dry yellow grass, drinking instant coffee and listening to the quiet. It was the kind of silence that made you realize how loud your normal life was. On the third morning, I noticed something strange. I had been walking along the fence line, exploring a little farther than I had before, when I found a gate I hadn't seen earlier. It was old, iron, with a rusted latch that barely held it shut. It didn't match the wooden fencing and looked like it had been dragged there from somewhere else. Beyond it was a small field that dipped slightly in the center. The grass there looked less healthy. It was flatter, grayer, and there were patches where it didn't grow at all. I remember stopping and just staring at it for a while. Something about the way the land dipped, it felt like it was hiding something, like a shallow bowl carved out in the dirt. I didn't go in. I wasn't scared exactly, just unsettled. I didn't know if it was part of the rental property or not. I turned around and walked back to the cabin. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that gate, about how it didn't match anything else on the property. Around 2 a.m., I got up and stepped outside to pee. The air was cold, and the sky was pitch black without any city glow. As I stood there, I heard something, faint and dry, like shuffling. Not footsteps, not animal sounds, just a slow brushing noise coming from the direction of that field. I squinted, but it was too dark to see anything. There was no moon, and I hadn't brought my flashlight. I told myself it was wind, or maybe a deer. I finished and went back inside. The next morning, I went back to the gate. The field looked the same, empty, quiet, dead in some places. I opened the gate this time. Took effort. The rusted latch cracked as I lifted it. The hinges groaned. The smell hit me first. Not strong, but distinct. Like wet dirt mixed with something faintly sweet and rotting. I walked maybe 20 feet in. The ground was soft underfoot. Too soft, like it had been dug and refilled. I knelt and touched the dirt. It had an odd texture, loose in some places, hard in others, almost as if it had been packed down by something heavy. I didn't want to stay. I turned around and walked straight back to the cabin. That evening, I tried not to think about it. I made dinner, played solitaire with a deck I found in a drawer, and forced myself to ignore the pull in my stomach. That night, it rained. Not heavy, just a steady, tapping drizzle. The sound on the tin roof made it even harder to sleep. Around midnight, I heard the noise again. This time it was louder. The same dry brushing, but mixed with something new. This slow, dragging sound, like something heavy moving through wet grass. I sat up and held my breath. It stopped. Then I heard it again. Closer. I went to the window and peeked through the cracked curtain. At first I didn't see anything, but as my eyes adjusted, I saw movement near the edge of the trees. Something was crawling low, human-shaped, but wrong. Too slow, too deliberate. It moved like it was hurt, dragging a limb, but there was no sound of pain, no groaning, just that slow, steady pull through wet weeds. I stepped back from the window and stood still in the middle of the cabin. I didn't want to make a sound. I didn't want to breathe. The thing stopped near the outhouse. I could barely see it now, just a darker shape in the gray. And then it moved again, this time circling wide around the cabin. I crouched and crawled over to the other window. I waited. It passed in front of the cabin, no more than 30 feet away. It was a man, I think. Thin, clothes torn and wet. I couldn't see his face. He didn't look at the cabin, didn't pause. He just dragged himself slowly past and headed toward the direction of the gate. The next morning, I walked to the outhouse and saw the path. The grass was pressed down in a wide line, leading from the trees to the far field. I followed it with my eyes. It went through the gate, into that dead patch. I decided I'd leave early. The rental was for 5 more days, but I didn't care. Something wasn't right. I packed most of my things and loaded them into the car. The last thing I had to get was my camera bag, which I had left near the edge of the property while taking pictures the day before. It was just past the gate, about 30 feet into that field. I walked back to the gate, heart pounding. The field looked darker now, like the grass had died more overnight. I opened the gate slowly, trying not to look around too much. I just wanted the bag. I found it, zipped it up, and turned around to leave. That's when I saw the hole. A wide section of the dirt had collapsed inward, like a sinkhole. The edges were sharp and fresh. I looked closer and saw something pale sticking out near the bottom, maybe 2 feet down. At first I thought it was a rock. Then I realized it was a hand, a human hand. Thin, dried skin stretched tight over the bones. The fingers bent slightly like they had clawed at the dirt. I didn't scream. I just backed up, fast, tripping once and catching myself. I didn't look again. I ran to the gate, slammed it shut, and sprinted back to the cabin. I grabbed the keys, the rest of my stuff, and left without cleaning up. I didn't even lock the cabin door. I drove as fast as I could down that gravel road, tires sliding in the wet dirt. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway. I didn't call the police. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to get involved. Maybe I didn't think they'd believe me. Maybe I didn't want to explain why I was out in the middle of nowhere, staying on a stranger's property. I kept telling myself it was just an old burial site. Maybe the land had once been used for something else. Maybe it was animal remains. My brain gave me every excuse, but I know what I saw. Back home, I looked up the property. I found nothing about recent sales, no owner listed in public records, nothing updated past 1994. The listing I used to rent it disappeared from the site a week later. I tried calling the number saved in my phone from the reservation, but it was disconnected. I never told anyone what happened. Not until now. I think about that man I saw crawling through the grass. I think about how he didn't look at me, how he moved like he knew where he was going, like he belonged to that place. And sometimes, when I wake up at night and hear the wind brushing against my window, I remember the sound of wet grass being dragged apart. And I wonder how many more holes are out there, just waiting for the ground to give. I haven't gone back. I won't go back. And if you ever find a field behind an old iron gate where the grass doesn't grow right, turn around. It was the autumn of 2018 when I decided to escape the relentless pressure of London life and retreat to a small cabin nestled deep in the Lake District. I was 29, working as a graphic designer, and the city was grinding me down. My mind was tangled in deadlines, endless emails, and the constant buzz of traffic and crowds. I needed space, real space, and nothing beats the quiet, cold air of the northern countryside in late October. I rented a modest cabin from a local woman who managed a few properties around Keswick. The cabin was tucked away near a little village called Threlkeld, a place I'd passed through before on hikes but never stayed long. It was a wooden structure, simple and solid, with a stone chimney and moss growing thick on the roof. The surrounding woods were dense, mostly birch and oak, with leaves crunching underfoot like brittle paper. The first day passed quietly as I unpacked and settled in. The cabin had no internet, no TV, just a small stove for heat and a few basic pots and pans. I planned to spend the week hiking, reading, and just breathing fresh air. At night, the silence was almost oppressive, but comforting in a way that only total quiet can be. On the second evening, as the sun was dipping below the hills and the sky was turning a bruised shade of purple, I decided to take a walk down one of the narrow trails leading into the forest behind the cabin. The air was cold and damp, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones slowly. The path was uneven, strewn with fallen leaves and bits of broken branches. I hadn't been walking long when I saw something odd ahead. Between the trees, there was a faint light. It looked like a small lantern or candle flame flickering through the branches. Curious, I moved cautiously toward it, stepping carefully so as not to snap twigs or make too much noise. The forest felt thicker here, the trees growing closer together, their branches tangling overhead. As I drew nearer, I could see a small clearing, and there, standing near the edge, was a woman. She was tall and thin, wrapped in a heavy woolen shawl that looked old and worn. Her hair was long and dark, falling loose over her shoulders, and in the dim light, it seemed tangled and messy. Her face was pale and sharp, with deep-set eyes that caught the light in a strange, unsettling way. She wasn't doing anything, just standing still, staring straight ahead as if she was waiting for something or someone. For a moment, I thought I'd imagined her. The flicker of the lantern, the stillness, the way she didn't move or blink. It all felt surreal. I took a step back, ready to turn and leave, but then she slowly turned her head toward me. Her eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a chill run through me that had nothing to do with the cold. There was something about her gaze. Not angry, not scared, but empty and hollow in a way I can't quite describe. It made my skin crawl. I forced myself to look away first and hurried back toward the cabin. My heart was beating fast, and every shadow among the trees seemed to stretch longer as the dusk deepened. When I got back, I locked the door and double-checked the windows. The next day, I told the cabin owner about the woman, half expecting her to laugh or say I'd been seeing things. But instead, her face darkened, and she said quietly that people sometimes saw her, an old local woman who wandered the woods, shunned by the village because of her strange behavior. I didn't press for details. The feeling of unease I'd had was enough. That night, sleep didn't come easily. I kept picturing the woman's pale face, the hollow eyes, the stillness. I thought about what she might have been doing in the woods all alone, so late in the cold. The idea that she might be homeless, lost, or sick crossed my mind, but there was something more, something unnatural in the way she seemed to belong to the dark. On the third evening, curiosity got the better of me again. I decided to go back to the clearing, hoping to find out more. I took my jacket, a flashlight, and a small notebook, thinking maybe I could write down what I saw. This time, I walked slowly, the beam of my torch cutting through the thick undergrowth. When I reached the clearing, it was empty. No light, no woman. Only a faint smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I waited for nearly an hour, my eyes scanning the woods, but she never returned. I started to walk back when I heard something. Soft footsteps behind me, crunching leaves, quick but careful. I stopped and turned, flashlight sweeping the trees. No one. I kept walking, faster now, heart pounding. The woods seemed to close in, shadows pressing at the edges of my vision. When I reached the cabin, I slammed the door behind me and bolted it tight. That night, I hardly slept. Every creak in the wooden frame, every gust of wind sounded like footsteps outside. The next day, I asked the village pub owner about the woman. He was an older man, weathered and blunt. When I described her, he nodded slowly and said, "Aye, she's been around for years. They say she used to live in the village long ago but went off her head after her husband died. Nobody sees her much anymore, but sometimes she wanders the woods, lost in her own world." He shrugged. "She's harmless, mostly, just sad, and maybe a bit scary for those who don't know." I wanted to believe that, but my unease stayed. On the fourth day, while making breakfast, I heard a faint knocking at the cabin door. I wasn't expecting anyone, and when I looked through the window, no one was there. The knocking came again, soft, irregular. My pulse quickened, and I grabbed a heavy kitchen knife for protection. I opened the door a crack, peering outside. No one, only the rustling of leaves and a cold wind. But then I saw it, a small, crumpled piece of paper lying on the doorstep. I picked it up, hands trembling. It was old and damp, edges torn. Written on it was a single word: leave. That was enough for me. I packed my things that morning, deciding I wouldn't stay another night. I couldn't explain the woman, the strange knocking, or the note. All I knew was that something about that place unsettled me deeply, and no amount of fresh air or quiet was going to fix it. As I drove away from the cabin, the trees thinning behind me, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the woods. A tall woman wrapped in an old shawl watching me leave. But when I blinked, she was gone. Weeks later, back in London, I tried to forget the whole experience. But sometimes, late at night, I'd find myself thinking about that woman. The empty eyes, the stillness, the feeling that she was a part of the woods in a way I wasn't. I realized some places hold on to people, not in ghost stories or legends, but in the way the living can become trapped by pain, by loneliness, by grief. The woman wasn't supernatural or magical. She was just a lost person, forgotten by the world around her. And sometimes, when people vanish into those silent places, they don't come back. I never returned to that cabin, and I never went hiking in that part of the Lake District again. But the memory stayed with me, a quiet warning that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or spirits, but real people struggling in the shadows. And some encounters, no matter how brief, change you in ways you don't expect. In the quiet cold of early October, I found myself driving deeper into the northern Idaho wilderness than I had in years. My name is Ben, I'm 32, and this trip was supposed to be a simple hunting getaway. A chance to step away from the constant hum of the city and the pressure of work. Just me, a small cabin, and miles of thick forest. The air had that sharp bite that told you winter was coming soon. But for now, the trees still held onto their colors. Red, gold, and brown swirling in the early morning light. I planned the trip for weeks. My gear was packed carefully in the back of my old truck. Rifle, ammunition, camping supplies, and enough food and water to last the weekend. I didn't want to rely on anything beyond what I carried. No distractions, no one to bother me. I reached the gravel road that led to the cabin late in the afternoon. It was an old logging trail, barely wide enough for my truck, flanked by thick pine trees on either side. The forest was dense, shadows stretching long as the sun dropped. The cabin stood small and sturdy, built from rough logs, with a stone chimney that looked like it had survived more winters than I could guess. It sat on a clearing surrounded by towering trees, isolated enough to feel like it belonged to no one but the forest. I unloaded my gear slowly, careful not to make too much noise. The silence here was different, heavy, almost palpable. No distant cars, no planes overhead. Just the occasional rustle of leaves, the call of a crow, and the faint crack of branches underfoot. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A wood stove sat in the corner, some old furniture, and shelves with dusty books and canned goods. I dropped my pack by the door, lit a fire, and settled in to unload my rifle and check my gear. The cabin smelled of wood smoke and earth, a smell I knew well from my childhood hunting trips with my father. As the fire grew, I looked out the window at the forest. The last light faded quickly, replaced by a creeping dusk that swallowed the clearing in shadows. I had planned to scout the nearby trails before dark, but now I wasn't so sure. The woods felt different, thicker somehow. The way the trees swayed made it seem like the forest was breathing, watching. I forced myself to shake the feeling off and went out with my flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating patches of moss, fallen leaves, and the rough bark of ancient trees. I moved slowly, trying to spot any sign of deer or elk. The air was crisp and smelled of damp earth and pine needles. Nothing moved except the occasional squirrel or bird settling in for the night. I followed a faint trail that led downhill toward a small creek I remembered from a map. The sound of running water was faint but steady. I stood still for a moment, listening, the beam of my flashlight scanning the bank. That's when I noticed the footprints. At first, I thought they were from a deer, but these were too large, too deep, and they ran parallel to the creek instead of crossing it. The prints looked fresh, pressed clearly into the soft mud. I crouched down and inspected them carefully, noting the shape and size. They weren't human, too big, too irregular. Maybe a bear? That thought set my heart racing. Bears were common here, and while I had the means to defend myself, I wasn't eager for a confrontation. I stood, shined my flashlight along the creek edge, trying to catch a glimpse of the animal. Nothing. I decided to head back, quickening my pace. The woods were darker now, shadows thicker, and the usual sounds of night creatures quieter than I expected. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves and carrying a chill that sank into my bones. Back at the cabin, I bolted the door and double-checked the windows. I stacked more wood on the fire and sat close, trying to calm my nerves. Sleep didn't come easy. Every sound outside the cabin, branches snapping, leaves crunching, felt amplified. My mind jumped between rational explanations and fears. Was it just a bear or something else? Morning brought no comfort. The sun filtered weakly through the cloudy sky. I packed my gear slowly, determined to explore further and maybe find some deer tracks or fresh signs. The forest still looked beautiful but silent in a way that made me uneasy. As I walked down the trail, I noticed more signs. Broken branches at odd heights, disturbed ground, and those strange large footprints. They didn't match any animal I knew. The deeper I went, the more obvious it became that something had been watching, moving close to the cabin and trails. That afternoon, as I set a couple of makeshift snares and checked a game camera I'd placed near a small clearing, I heard a noise, quiet at first, then louder, like a slow, heavy footfall behind me. I froze, my heart pounding. I didn't dare turn around. The sound stopped. I waited for what felt like forever, but only the wind moved through the trees. I shook my head, telling myself it was just a deer or a branch falling. But when I checked the camera later, the photos showed something unsettling. A tall figure, blurred but distinctly human-shaped, lurking near the clearing, always just out of clear view. I didn't know what to make of it. There was no road nearby, no other hunters scheduled to be in the area, and I hadn't seen any signs of other people. That night, I made sure to keep the fire burning bright and the rifle close. I heard the noises again. Footsteps circling the cabin, branches breaking, low sounds like breathing or something heavier moving through the brush. Sleep was impossible. By the third day, I was tense and jumpy, constantly scanning the woods. I tried to leave the cabin, but every time I reached the truck, I felt like I was being watched, or worse, stalked. The woods didn't feel random anymore. The prints, the noises, the blurry figure on the camera, they all pointed to someone or something else out there. The fear wasn't of animals now. It was of a person. The thought chilled me more than the cold ever could. I stayed inside the cabin, barricading doors and windows as best I could. I found an old hunting knife in the kitchen drawer and kept it on me at all times, along with the rifle. In the early morning hours of the last night, I heard a definite knock at the cabin door. Not a tap or a scratch, 3 sharp, deliberate knocks. My blood ran cold. I didn't move for a long moment, then slowly peered through the cracked window. Nothing. No sign of anyone. I opened the door a crack, holding the rifle ready. No one. Just footprints leading away from the cabin into the woods. I knew then that whoever had been out there wasn't just passing through. They were watching, waiting. At dawn, I made a quick decision. I couldn't stay another night. I packed my gear fast, keeping the rifle close, and got into the truck. The drive out was tense. Every shadow between the trees looked like someone hiding. Every rustle in the woods made me check the rearview mirror. I kept the windows rolled up and locked the doors. When I finally hit the paved road and saw other cars and people, relief hit me hard. I never went back to that cabin. The forest was beautiful, but I'd learned that even in the wild, you're never truly alone. And sometimes, the scariest thing out there isn't an animal or the dark. It's another person, watching from the shadows, waiting for their chance. I was 34 the year I decided to get away from everything for a while. This was in 2022, late October, when the temperatures in northern Arizona dropped just enough to keep most of the tourists and campers away. I lived in Phoenix and worked in real estate. Burnout had been building for months, maybe years, and I didn't even realize it until I started snapping at clients and waking up every night with a clenched jaw and pounding heart. I needed silence. I needed air that didn't reek of traffic and heat waves. I rented a small off-grid cabin north of Williams, about an hour and a half from Flagstaff. It was tucked deep in the Kaibab National Forest, accessible only by a long, winding dirt road. I found it through an older guy named Ron who posted on a local off-grid living site. No Airbnb listing, no paperwork, just an old-school setup, cash deposit, keys under the porch rock. He claimed to have built it himself in the 90s and now let folks stay in it while he traveled with his wife in an RV. The place didn't even have electricity. Just a wood stove, a water tank that filtered rainwater, and a propane stove for cooking. I was all for it. I loaded my gear into the truck: hiking boots, food, thermal clothes, a decent camp lantern, and a heavy-duty knife just in case. I wasn't expecting anything wild, but I liked the idea of being prepared. I told my brother where I was going, gave him the exact GPS coordinates, and said I'd check in by text every couple of days when I drove into town for signal. Simple. When I got there, the cabin was just like the photos Ron sent. Small, weathered wood, pitched roof, a crooked chimney, and a tiny covered porch. It sat in a shallow clearing, surrounded by tall pines and dark earth that soaked up the sound of everything. No neighbors, no signs of life, just forest. My truck barely made it up the dirt trail leading to the place. I parked behind the cabin and just stood there for a minute, letting the silence hit me. No hum of electricity, no cars, just wind and the occasional rustle in the trees. The first couple of days were uneventful. I chopped some wood for the stove, made simple meals, hiked a few short trails nearby. I found an old deer path behind the cabin that curved west into a slightly denser part of the woods. The air smelled like pine sap and decaying leaves. It was peaceful, almost too quiet. I remember thinking about that a few times, how I hadn't heard birds or bugs after the first evening, but I shrugged it off. Maybe the colder weather was pushing them down to lower elevations. By the fourth night, I started noticing things that didn't sit right with me. That night, I'd gone to sleep early, maybe around 8:30. I'd been reading by lantern, but my eyes were tired from the dim light. I remember falling asleep to the sound of wind knocking branches lightly against the tin roof. Then I woke up to silence. Not like the peaceful kind. I mean real silence, where even the wind seemed to have stopped. That's what did it. I opened my eyes and just lay there listening. No wind. No creaks from the cabin. No animals moving outside. Nothing. Just a solid wall of stillness. I sat up and reached for my flashlight, scanning the dark cabin interior. Everything looked the same, but something about the air felt different, heavier, like the kind of pressure before a storm, but it was perfectly dry and still outside. I got up and walked to the tiny window above the wood stove and looked out. That's when I saw it. Something was standing just at the edge of the tree line, maybe 40 feet out. It wasn't moving. It looked tall, maybe 6 feet, maybe more. Hard to say. The moonlight wasn't strong enough to make out a shape, just a silhouette. I squinted, trying to decide if I was looking at a tree or a person. But trees don't stand that straight, or wide. I watched it for a while, not blinking, and it didn't move. Not even once.
No sua, no breathing motion.
Just still. I backed away from the window and returned to bed without turning off the flashlight. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that figure, unmoving, like a cutout pinned to the forest. By morning, it was gone. I stepped outside as the sun came up and walked to the spot I thought I saw it. Nothing. No footprints, no sign of anyone or anything. I told myself it was just a tree or a shadow. My eyes were tired, and my mind probably filled in the blanks with some weird shape. That afternoon, I hiked a little farther down the deer trail just to clear my head. The woods were colder, quieter than before. Still no birds.
No squirrels.
I did find a pile of animal bones, though. Maybe a deer or something bigger, clean-picked, scattered in a way that didn't look like natural decay. It made me uneasy, so I turned back. That night, I made sure to secure the cabin door better. The old latch was loose, so I jammed a piece of firewood under the handle as a brace. I kept my flashlight and knife beside my sleeping bag. I wasn't scared exactly, just on edge. Sometime after midnight, I heard something outside. It started as a low scraping sound, like something dragging along the cabin wall. Then came slow, deliberate footsteps, crunching leaves, one at a time, circling the cabin. My heart was hammering. I didn't move. I just lay there, breathing shallow, ears straining. The footsteps stopped at the back of the cabin, near the water tank. Then I heard a voice. But it wasn't a voice in the normal sense. It was like someone trying to sound like a human, but not quite pulling it off. It said something like hello or maybe help, but drawn out, warped, like a tape slowed down too much. It was low and too deep. Wrong. I gripped the knife and waited. After what felt like forever, the sound stopped. I didn't sleep again that night. At first light, I ran a full circle around the cabin. No tracks, no signs of anything. But when I checked the side where the voice came from, I saw something scratched into the wood. 3 vertical marks, deep, not from a branch or tool. Too wide, too deliberate, like someone or something had claws. That was when I started thinking about the stories. Skinwalkers, shapeshifters, whatever you want to call them. I'd heard them growing up, mostly in campfire circles or late-night shows, but I never gave them real thought. I wasn't superstitious. Still, there was something wrong out here. I could feel it in my gut. On the 6th day, things got worse. I went out just before sunset to collect some firewood and spotted a shape crouched between 2 trees about 20 yards off. I froze. It looked like a coyote at first, thin, mangy, alert, but then it stood up, fully, on 2 legs. It was fast, gone into the woods in less than a second. I couldn't even process it fully. My brain kept telling me it was just an animal, but animals don't move like that. I locked myself in the cabin that night, this time bracing the door and pushing the dresser in front of it. I sat in the corner with my flashlight and knife and waited. I didn't even try to sleep. Around 2 a.m., I heard something on the roof. Slow, deliberate steps would creaked above me, then scratching. Not at the door this time, on the roof. Eventually, it stopped. The next morning, I packed. I didn't care if I was being paranoid or crazy. I was done. I loaded everything into the truck, started it, and began driving out. That's when I saw the figure again, this time in daylight, on the side of the dirt road about 300 feet out. It stood between 2 pines, long arms, no visible face. I drove past it without stopping. I didn't even look back. I reached town just before noon and found a small cafe with Wi-Fi. I sat there for an hour, just staring into my coffee. I texted my brother, told him I was cutting the trip short, and would explain later. I didn't go into detail. Back home, I kept thinking about it. I checked the cabin listing, it was gone. I tried to call Ron, but the number didn't work anymore. No one on the off-grid site remembered his posts. A week later, I got a padded envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a Polaroid photo of the cabin, my truck parked behind it, and a figure in the woods, just barely visible, standing behind the trees. I burned it in the kitchen sink. I haven't been back to the woods since. I never told anyone the full story until now. I don't believe in monsters. I don't think what I saw was a skinwalker or some cursed spirit, but I know I wasn't alone out there. Someone or something was watching me, following me, and it wanted me to see it. I think that was the worst part. Not knowing what it was, but knowing it wanted me to know it was there. I've changed since then. I don't hike alone. I don't sleep in cabins or go off-grid or trust quiet places the same way. I lock my doors. I check my windows. And when I dream, it's always the same. The forest, the cabin, and something just out of sight, standing still, waiting. I was 31 when I decided to take a break from work and spend a few days alone in a remote cabin outside of Kalispell, Montana. It was the summer of 2019, early July, and I had just finished a grueling 6-month stretch on a software development project. I didn't want to see anyone, didn't want to hear traffic, and didn't want to look at a screen. I just needed silence and space. A friend of a friend had a small place up north, right near the edge of Flathead National Forest. It wasn't on any rental site, just a simple one-bedroom wooden cabin with no internet, no TV, and barely any cell signal. He offered it cheap, said he barely used it himself, and I jumped on it. Took me nearly 8 hours to drive up from Boise. I passed through Missoula, then kept heading north. The roads got narrower. After Kalispell, it turned into gravel. I had the directions printed out just in case the GPS flaked out, which it did for the last stretch. The last mile was a winding path through trees and rock, the kind that made you second guess if it was even a road anymore. I kept creeping along until I saw the clearing. The cabin was tucked between thick pines, maybe 40 feet from a steep drop-off that looked over a narrow canyon. There was no gate, no real driveway, just a clearing to park. It looked even simpler than I expected, single story, wood planks weathered gray from age, and a rusting metal chimney sticking out the top. The roof looked patched together in spots. One side of the building had a small, covered porch with a swing.
No lights. No neighbors.
No other roads branching off. I got out, stretched, and took a deep breath. It was quiet. No cars. No humming power lines. Just wind in the trees and birds off somewhere. I walked around the place first. The back of the cabin had a small woodshed and a water tank, which I'd need since there was no plumbing. The outhouse was down a narrow path about 30 yards into the woods, half hidden by thick brush. Inside, the cabin was one room with a little kitchen area, a table, a twin-sized bed, and a wood stove. There was an old couch against one wall, a small shelf with some books, and a cooler in the corner where I'd keep the food I brought. The air smelled like old wood and dust. It was warm inside, stuffy, but it had a lived-in feel that was strangely comforting. I unpacked slowly, dragging my cooler and backpack in, organizing my things. I had food for 4 days, mostly canned stuff, trail mix, bread, and peanut butter.
No free, no maikreguab.
Everything I needed, nothing extra. The first night passed without anything worth noting. I made a fire in the stove just to try it out, even though the weather was mild. I sat on the porch swing with a can of beans in my lap, watching the light fade behind the canyon. The sky turned orange, then deep blue, and then black. I fell asleep around 10, lulled by the sound of wind and the crackle of fire. I woke up once that night because something brushed against the outside wall. A low scraping sound. It only happened once, and then it stopped. I sat up in bed and listened for a long time, but I heard nothing else. I figured it was an animal, raccoon maybe, or a branch in the wind. The wind had picked up, and I could hear it through the cracks in the walls. The second day, I went for a long walk. I followed a narrow trail that curved along the edge of the canyon. It was steep in some spots, and I had to be careful not to slip. The trees were so thick that I felt like I was walking through a tunnel. I didn't see any other people. Not one sign of anyone else out there. No footprints, no wrappers, no fire pits. Just trees and rocks and the occasional animal print. I sat for a while on a boulder that overlooked the ravine, snacking on dried fruit. Below me, I could see the tops of trees and the glint of a stream running between the rocks. It was peaceful, quiet in a way that made me feel smaller, like the world was too big to care about me. I stayed there for maybe an hour before heading back. That afternoon, I read one of the books I found on the shelf, some old paperback survival guide from the 90s. It was dry but full of practical tips about hiking, bear safety, and building shelters. I had no plans to test any of it, but it was something to read. That night, I went to sleep early again, but I woke up around 3. This time it wasn't a noise that woke me, it was a feeling, like something was off. The air inside the cabin felt colder than before. I got up and pulled on my boots. I stepped outside with a flashlight. The night was absolutely still. Too still. No wind.
No bugs.
Just silence. I walked around the cabin slowly, shining the light in every direction. I didn't see anything at first. but near the edge of the trees, just beyond where the outhouse path began, I saw something out of place. Something too straight, too vertical. It was a wooden stake, thin, carved roughly, stuck in the dirt at an angle pointing toward the cabin. I hadn't seen it before. I walked over slowly, my breath catching in my chest. It was stuck firm, like someone had driven it in with force. I looked around, shining the light into the trees, but everything looked the same. Just branches, needles, underbrush. I pulled the stake out. It had a bit of red cloth tied around it near the top. Just a torn strip, maybe from a shirt. It didn't feel old. The wood was fresh. I brought it inside with me and locked the door. I sat in the chair by the stove and waited for morning. I didn't sleep. I kept thinking about how far out I was, how no one knew exactly where I was except for the guy I rented from and one or two friends. There was no reception to call anyone. I kept the stake next to the bed that night. The next day, I searched the area near the trees. I was looking for tracks, signs, anything, but the ground was dry and covered in needles, hard to read. I thought about packing up and leaving, but I didn't. I told myself maybe it was a marker, a boundary thing. Maybe hunters used it, but it didn't sit right. The cloth bothered me. It looked intentional. Around noon, I walked back along the trail I had taken the day before. I kept looking over my shoulder. I didn't see anyone. Still, I didn't go as far. Just down to the first overlook, where I could see the cabin roof in the distance. I sat there again, eating a protein bar, pretending nothing was wrong. When I got back, something had changed. My cooler had been moved. Not far, just shifted about a foot from where I'd left it. The lid was still closed. Nothing inside was missing, but I hadn't touched it since breakfast. I knew exactly where I left it. I checked the door, it was still locked. The windows were shut. There weren't any scratches or broken latches, but the cooler had moved. I stood in the center of the room and turned in a slow circle, just looking at everything. Nothing else seemed touched, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside. That night, I didn't sleep in the bed. I pulled the mattress onto the floor, dragged the couch in front of the door, and slept with the flashlight and a heavy iron fire poker next to me. I didn't sleep much. Around 2 a.m., I heard something again. Not a scrape this time, more like footsteps, soft, from outside, crunching in the dirt. They circled the cabin. One slow lap, then they stopped. I sat perfectly still, eyes wide open, holding the poker in both hands. I didn't move for almost an hour. No more sounds came. I couldn't even hear breathing, just silence. When morning finally came, I opened the door slowly and stepped out. Nothing was there.
No prints, no markings.
But just beyond the porch, near the base of a tree, was a second wooden stake. Almost identical to the first. Same red cloth tied around it, pointing at the cabin again. This time, I didn't take it. I didn't touch anything. I went back inside and packed everything. Threw food in my backpack, shoved clothes into a bag, didn't even bother folding my blanket. I checked the car 3 times, making sure the tires were fine, the tank was full. I didn't clean anything up. I didn't leave a note. I was on the road by 7, barely looking back. I didn't stop until I got to Missoula. I sat in a gas station parking lot for half an hour, just breathing. The whole drive I kept looking in the rear view, expecting to see a car behind me, someone on the road, but there was nothing. Later, I called the guy who owned the cabin. I told him something wasn't right up there. He just said nobody else had keys and that he hadn't been up there in months. He didn't seem to care much. I didn't say more. To this day, I don't know who left those stakes, or why. I don't know if someone was watching the cabin, or just passing through. I've gone camping since, but never that far off-grid. Never alone. And I never stay in a place that doesn't have a way to call out. Not anymore. It wasn't the noise, or the footsteps, or the feeling of being watched that stuck with me the most. It was the silence. That empty, unnatural quiet that sat outside the cabin walls like it was listening, like it was waiting. Whatever it was, it knew I was there. It wanted me to know it, too, and it didn't need to say a word. I'm Alex Morgan, a park ranger at Silver Pine Ridge National Park in Northern Oregon. It was late autumn of 1997, and I was 27 years old. I'd been working here for about 3 years, spending most of my time patrolling the trails, checking for fire hazards, and helping visitors. The park was huge, rugged, and mostly quiet in the off-season, with only a few cabins scattered in remote spots for rangers like me to stay overnight. One of those cabins was mine, a small, weathered wooden structure about a mile off the nearest dirt road, nestled deep in the thick forest. That fall was colder than usual. The wind howled through the tall Douglas firs, and the first snow had already fallen, dusting the ground in thin white. The days were shorter, the sky often gray. My usual patrols felt lonelier than before. The forest was quieter, almost as if it was holding its breath, waiting for winter to come. One Friday afternoon, my supervisor called me and asked if I could stay at the cabin overnight to keep an eye on a section of the park that had seen recent signs of illegal hunting. There had been some suspicious noises reported by hikers and a few traps found, which was against the rules. I agreed and packed my gear: a shotgun, radio, flashlight, some food, and a first aid kit. I drove out to the park entrance in my old truck, then switched to my ATV to reach the cabin, which was only accessible by trail. The trip was about 20 minutes over rough dirt paths, the trees closing in on each side. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low, casting long shadows. The cabin was small, maybe 12 by 14 feet, with a tin roof, a single window facing east, and a chimney that puffed a thin line of smoke from the wood stove inside. It smelled of pine and old wood. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and set my things down. The cabin was sparse but functional. A small wooden table, a cot with a thin mattress, a metal stove for heating, a stack of firewood, and some shelves with maps and ranger manuals. The radio on the table was old but reliable. I turned it on to check for any updates but only heard static. No one else was nearby. I started a fire in the stove, the flames crackling and warming the room slowly. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes. I ate some cold beans from a can and sipped water from my bottle. The forest outside was dark now, the trees casting twisted shadows in the moonlight. I double-checked my shotgun, loaded it carefully, and set it next to the cot, just in case. Around 9 p.m., I decided to go outside for a quick walk. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the cold night air. The moon was bright but half hidden by fast-moving clouds. The forest was silent except for the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The wind whispered through the branches, sounding like a low sigh. I walked down the narrow trail that led past the cabin, shining the beam of my flashlight into the darkness. I scanned for any signs of movement, broken branches, or footprints. The ground was damp, and my boots made soft crunches against fallen pine needles. After about 10 minutes, I returned to the cabin, feeling a little on edge but mostly calm. Illegal hunters didn't usually come in this far during late fall. Too cold, too risky. Back inside, I closed the door and locked it. The cabin felt small but safe. I settled on the cot with my shotgun across my lap and waited for sleep. But sleep didn't come easy. The wind seemed louder now, tapping against the roof in uneven rhythms. At one point, I heard a faint sound, like snapping twigs, far off on the trail. I sat up, flashlight in hand, eyes sharp. The sound stopped. Maybe a deer, I told myself. The park had plenty of wildlife. Around midnight, I heard something else. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming down the trail toward the cabin. Not the soft steps of an animal, but heavy and careful human footsteps. My heart beat faster. I grabbed the shotgun, stood silently, and waited. The footsteps paused about 20 feet from the cabin, then moved again, closer. I flipped off the flashlight and crouched near the window. I could just make out a dark figure in the woods, standing still. My mind raced. Could it be one of the illegal hunters? Or maybe someone lost? The park had campers and hikers, but no one should be out this late and this far from the road. I reached for the radio, trying to call for backup, but the signal was dead. No signal this far into the forest. I tried again and again, but nothing. My breathing was loud in the silent cabin. The figure didn't move for what felt like minutes, then turned and disappeared into the trees. I stayed alert the rest of the night. I didn't sleep, only napped in short bursts with the shotgun close. At dawn, I went outside to look for footprints or any sign of the visitor. I found deep boot prints in the soft earth leading away from the cabin, heading further into the forest, toward the old Ranger lookout tower about 2 miles away. I packed my things, grabbed extra supplies, and set out on foot to the tower to check if someone was there. The trail was rough and covered in leaves and broken branches. I followed the footprints carefully, watching and listening. The forest was eerily quiet. No birds, no rustling animals. As I walked, I thought about the risks. If it was a hunter, they could be armed and dangerous. I kept my shotgun ready but tried to stay calm. After about an hour, I reached the lookout tower, a tall wooden structure perched on a ridge overlooking the park. It was locked and empty, no sign of anyone. I checked the surrounding area. No campfire, no equipment, no tracks other than the ones I had followed. Confused and uneasy, I radioed the ranger station from the tower's emergency phone. Finally, I got a signal. I reported what I'd found. Footprints near my cabin, a figure at night, and no sign of the person at the lookout. The dispatcher promised to send another ranger and a deputy to check the area. I stayed there, waiting, eyes scanning the forest. The next few hours passed slowly. The other ranger arrived with the deputy, both armed and cautious. We searched the area together, calling out, looking for signs of someone hiding or injured. Nothing. No camp, no trap, no person. We returned to the cabin. The deputy told me about recent reports in the region. A group of poachers had been active, known for setting traps and shooting illegally, sometimes fleeing when spotted. They were desperate and sometimes violent. The ranger team stayed the night with me. We set up tripwires and motion alarms around the cabin and patrolled the area in shifts. The rest of the night was tense, but quiet. No footsteps, no figures in the dark. Just the wind and the forest. By morning, the sun was shining, melting the thin layer of frost. We packed up, and I drove back to the station. The park supervisor praised my vigilance and calm. In the following days, authorities found abandoned traps and signs of poachers deeper in the park, but no arrests were made. The illegal hunters had melted away, leaving only footprints and suspicion behind. That night at the cabin taught me how vulnerable and alone one can be in the wilderness. The forest is beautiful but unforgiving. People come here seeking solitude or adventure, but sometimes danger hides in the shadows, human danger, not ghost stories or fairy tales. I never saw the figure again. No one ever knew who it was. Maybe a poacher, maybe a lost hiker. Whatever it was, it reminded me that even in the quietest places, you have to stay alert and respect the wilderness. I kept working as a park ranger for years after that, but I never forgot the cold night at Silver Pine Ridge, the silence broken by footsteps in the dark, and the weight of a loaded shotgun in my hands, waiting for something unseen. It was the fall of 2018 when I found myself driving up the long, winding dirt road that led to the old cabin my ex-wife, Sarah, and I used to visit. I hadn't been back here since everything fell apart. She died about 6 months earlier, lung cancer, fast and cruel. I wasn't close to her anymore by then, but hearing about her passing brought a wave of strange feelings I wasn't prepared for. Regret, guilt, and some aching loneliness that I tried to push down deep inside. I hadn't planned to stay long, just a night or two to clear my head, maybe sort through some old things she'd left behind. The cabin was somewhere near Pine Ridge, a thick forested area in northern Idaho, about a 2-hour drive from my small town of Coeur d'Alene. I remembered that drive well, the way the trees closed in tight along the road, the smell of pine needles and earth after rain. As I pulled up, the gravel crunched under my tires. The cabin sat quiet, almost forgotten, surrounded by tall spruce and fir trees. The paint on the cabin's wood siding was peeling, faded by years of sun and storms. The windows were dusty, curtains half drawn, and the porch creaked when I stepped out. A chill breeze slipped through the open forest, carrying the faint scent of decaying leaves and wood smoke. I grabbed the keys from the glove box, keys I'd held on to even after the divorce. I guess I thought I might need them someday. The door was stiff, but it opened with a grunt and a creak. Inside, the air was stale, a mix of cold wood and old memories. Dust particles floated in the weak sunlight that filtered through the windows. The living room was small but cozy once. A cracked stone fireplace, a worn-out couch with threadbare cushions, and a simple wooden table scattered with some faded magazines and empty mugs left behind. I dropped my bag near the door and looked around. Nothing had really changed since we last left, except the emptiness. It hit me hard, like a sudden weight pressing on my chest. The silence in the cabin wasn't peaceful. It was hollow, like the walls were waiting to swallow me up. I made my way to the kitchen, running my hand over the counters. The wood felt rough, splintered in places. I opened the fridge, hoping to find something edible, but it was empty, save for a few cobwebs and some rusted cans. The electricity was long gone, so no fridge running now. I lit a small gas stove, something old and rusty I found under the sink. The flame sputtered to life, and I heated up some water I'd brought with me. I poured myself a cup of instant coffee and sat down by the window, looking out into the darkening woods. The sky was turning a deep purple, the kind of twilight that makes the forest seem endless and mysterious. I decided to check the bedroom next. The bed was covered with an old quilt, faded and worn at the edges. I pulled back the covers and found some old clothes folded neatly in the corner. Sarah's things. I hadn't touched them since the funeral. For a moment, I just stood there, staring at the quiet room, feeling the weight of all the things I never said. Night came quickly in the woods, much faster than in town. The forest outside grew darker, the trees now shadows that swayed in the cold wind. I lit an old lantern I found on the shelf and set it on the nightstand. Its warm glow barely reached the corners of the room. As the hours passed, I tried to distract myself by going through some boxes in the corner of the room. Old photos, letters, and a few keepsakes, things we had collected over the years. I held a photo of us from the summer of 2007, standing by the lake with smiles that felt forced now. She looked happy there. We both did. Then I heard it, a faint noise coming from outside. At first, I thought it was the wind rattling the windows, but it didn't feel right. It was more like footsteps, slow, deliberate. I stopped what I was doing and listened. The sound came again, scraping against the gravel outside the cabin. My heart began to race. I grabbed the lantern and moved cautiously toward the window. Peering through the dusty glass, I saw nothing but the dark shapes of trees and shadows. No sign of movement. The noise stopped. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, a deer or a raccoon, but there was something off about the rhythm of the steps. They were too heavy, too steady to be a wild creature wandering the woods. I locked the door, double-checked the windows, and sat back down, trying to calm my breathing. The night dragged on, and I kept hearing noises. The snap of twigs, the rustle of leaves, distant cracking sounds that made me jump. Sleep was impossible. Around 3 a.m., I heard the footsteps again, this time closer. A low sound came with it, like someone breathing heavily. I didn't dare move or look outside. I just sat frozen in the dark, clutching the lantern like it was a lifeline. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door. My heart pounded in my ears. I grabbed the nearest heavy object, a broken chair leg, and moved toward the door. The banging stopped. Silence fell again, thick and heavy. I waited a few minutes, then slowly cracked the door open an inch. Outside, the night was still and empty. No footprints in the gravel. No sign of anyone or anything. I closed the door and locked it tight. The next morning, I got up early, desperate to leave. I packed my things and stepped outside into the crisp air. The forest was quiet now, the sun shining weakly through the branches. As I started my car and pulled away, I looked back at the cabin one last time. It sat there, silent and still, but something about it felt changed, like it held secrets that weren't mine to know. The whole drive home, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. Not a ghost or monster, just a person. Someone real. Someone who didn't want me there. I never went back to that cabin again. Weeks later, I learned from a local ranger that the area had been used by hunters and sometimes squatters. The ranger told me stories of people hiding out in the woods, living off the grid, sometimes dangerous. I realized what I had faced wasn't something supernatural, just human fear and the real threat of people who didn't want outsiders near. Sarah was gone, and the cabin was too full of memories and something else, something human and unsettling. I came to understand that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters. They're the people who live in the shadows, forgotten by society, who guard their silence fiercely. That night in the cabin, I was just another stranger trespassing in someone else's world. And sometimes that alone is enough to make you want to run and never look back. I sold the cabin a few months later. It was the last piece of a past I needed to let go. The forest around Pine Ridge stayed quiet after I left, but I carry that night with me. The fear, the loneliness, and the hard truth that not all dangers come from the dark beyond. Sometimes they come from very close, very real places. It was the summer of 2019, a dry, warm July, when I decided to take a break from the noise of city life. My name is Jason. I was 29 at the time, and I had spent the last few years working a desk job that drained every ounce of energy I had. I needed to get away, somewhere quiet, with no distractions. The kind of place where the only sounds were the wind and the trees. So I packed up my old Jeep, loaded my dog, a big golden retriever named Max, and headed north to a small cabin I had rented deep in the woods of northern Vermont. The cabin was nothing fancy, but it was perfect for what I wanted. 2 small rooms, a wood stove, a kitchen with a sink but no running water, and a porch that overlooked a thick forest of tall pines. The cabin was a good 2 hours off the nearest paved road, down a winding dirt path. There was no cell signal, no internet, no TV, just me, Max, and the forest. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun just starting to dip behind the hills. The air was fresh, scented with pine and wet earth from an earlier rain. Max was excited, jumping around the cabin porch, sniffing every corner, his tail wagging like crazy. I took my bags inside, setting them down by the door, and opened the windows to let the fresh air in. The first night was calm. I built a small fire in the wood stove, cooked some canned beans over a camp stove, and sat by the window watching the last light fade. Max lay by my feet, tired from the drive and the excitement. I felt at peace, the silence settling around me like a blanket. The next day, I decided to explore the area a bit. I packed a small backpack with water, some snacks, a first aid kit, and a flashlight. Max was eager, pulling at his leash as I clipped it to his collar. The forest was thick and dense, with patches of wildflowers here and there. Birds chirped high above, and I could hear the distant rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I walked for a few hours along an old logging trail I found on a map hanging in the cabin. It was mostly overgrown but still clear enough to follow. About halfway through, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the soft dirt, but they weren't animal tracks. They looked like boot prints, heavy and deep, the kind of sole you'd see on work boots or hiking shoes. They were fresh. Someone had been here recently. I felt a slight chill, even though the sun was warm on my back. I looked around but saw no one. The footprints led deeper into the forest, in the direction of a small, abandoned hunting shack marked on my map. Curious but cautious, I followed the prints carefully. When I reached the shack, it was clear no one had lived here for years. The wood was rotting, windows broken, and the door hanging loosely on its hinges. I shone my flashlight inside but saw nothing except old cans and debris. Still, I felt uneasy. Something about the place made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Max growled low in his throat, his ears perked and eyes fixed on the woods behind me. I patted his head, telling myself it was just the wilderness getting to me. That evening back at the cabin, I decided to keep the fire going longer and double-check the locks on the door and windows. Max stayed close to me, his calmness comforting. The woods grew quiet as the sun set, the usual chorus of birds and insects fading into stillness. At some point, I heard a faint snapping of twigs outside. I froze, listening. Max stood up, his body tense, ears forward. I grabbed my flashlight and peered out the window but saw nothing. I shook my head, trying to calm my nerves. Sleep was uneasy. Every little noise outside, a branch creaking, the distant hoot of an owl, felt amplified. Max stayed at the foot of the bed, alert but quiet. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of heavy footsteps outside the cabin. Slow, deliberate, not like an animal, but like a person walking through wet leaves and dirt. My heart pounded. I stayed still, listening as the footsteps circled the cabin once, then stopped. Max growled softly, his body pressed against the door. I debated what to do. I didn't want to go outside, but I also didn't want to ignore whoever was there. I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal. I thought about shouting, but the silence of the forest was too thick, like it would swallow any sound. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved away, fading into the distance. I lay awake the rest of the night, listening. The morning came slow and gray, the sky heavy with clouds. I checked outside and saw footprints all around the cabin, the same heavy boot prints from the day before. Whoever was out here had been wandering near the cabin in the night. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I packed a small bag with essentials, including Max's leash, food, water, and my knife. I decided not to stay any longer than I had to. I had no cell signal, no way to call for help, and no idea who had been wandering around my cabin. I began the hike back to the main road. Max was alert but steady, his presence a comfort. About halfway down the trail, I saw signs of a campfire not far off the path. There were ashes and burned wood, fresh but cold to the touch. Nearby, I found more boot prints. The pattern was clear. Someone had been following or camping nearby for days. I felt eyes on me, though I could see no one. Max suddenly stopped, growled, and pulled on the leash. I spun around just in time to see a figure disappearing behind the trees. I called out, but there was no answer. I considered chasing, but decided it was safer to keep moving toward the road. When I finally reached the dirt road, I saw a truck parked near the trailhead. A man was sitting in the driver's seat, engine running. Relief washed over me. I told him I'd been camping up the trail and had seen someone out there following me. He nodded grimly and said he'd keep an eye out on his way back. I left the woods that day feeling shaken but alive. Max and I drove back to town, the city noise suddenly overwhelming but comforting. I never found out who had been in the woods or why they'd been following me. Maybe a hunter, maybe someone else, but the thought of them watching from the shadows kept me alert for weeks after. The cabin was peaceful again when I checked later, but I never went back. Some places seem safe, but when you sense eyes in the woods, that feeling never fully goes away. The year was 1999. I was 28 years old. My name's Mark, and I had decided to take some time off work to clear my head. The city life was getting to me. Constant noise, pressure, crowded streets. I needed silence. I wanted solitude. So I rented a small cabin called Pine Ridge, way up in the mountains of western Montana, near the little town of Whitefish. I found the place through a local rental agency. The cabin was simple, wooden, isolated, right on the edge of a thick pine forest. No electricity, no internet, just a wood stove for heat, a small kitchen, and a porch overlooking a slow-moving creek. I packed my car with basic supplies: canned food, water, blankets, a first aid kit, an old hunting rifle my grandfather left me, a small propane lantern, and plenty of firewood. I left behind my phone, knowing I wouldn't get signal there anyway. The whole idea was to disconnect from the world for a week. To be honest, I wanted to push myself to see if I could handle complete isolation. The drive itself was long and winding. The highway gave way to narrow dirt roads that rattled the car as I climbed into the forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of pine and earth. Eventually, I spotted the cabin, dark brown with a steep roof and a small chimney puffing thin smoke from the wood stove inside. The windows were dusty but clean enough to see through. No neighbors for miles. I parked, grabbed my bag, and stepped onto the porch. The silence hit me hard. No cars, no voices, only the distant sound of birds and the creek bubbling nearby. I locked the door behind me, dropped my bag, and took a deep breath. This was exactly what I wanted. The first 2 days passed peacefully. I spent my time chopping wood, fishing in the creek, reading old paperbacks I'd brought, and cooking simple meals over the stove. Nights were cold, but the fire kept the cabin warm. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I felt free and calm. On the third day, something shifted. I noticed small changes in the environment around the cabin that unsettled me. It began with the tracks. I woke up early that morning and stepped outside, stretching my legs in the fresh air. As I looked around, I spotted footprints in the soft mud near the creek. Fresh, human-sized footprints, heading toward the cabin and then back into the woods. I hadn't heard or seen anyone else since I arrived, and this was odd. The prints weren't mine, they were bigger and deeper. I scanned the trees, but the forest seemed empty. No cars on the road, no voices. Still, the tracks were there, clear and unmistakable. I chalked it up to hikers or hunters passing nearby. Maybe the owner of the land allowed others occasional access. But as the day went on, the feeling of being watched crept in. I kept hearing strange noises, branches snapping, twigs crunching, always just beyond the edge of the clearing around the cabin. When I looked, there was nothing, only dense pine and shadows. The wind played tricks with the sounds, or so I told myself. By the fourth day, the tension grew. I found more signs around the cabin, fresh footprints circling the clearing, sometimes in pairs, sometimes just one set. I would leave my things on the porch, only to find them slightly moved or rearranged when I returned inside. My firewood pile, which I had stacked neatly, was disturbed. Not scattered like animals might do, but deliberately shifted, as if someone had touched it. I checked the windows, making sure they were locked. The door was always bolted. No signs of forced entry. Still, the feeling of intrusion lingered. One afternoon, I sat inside with the rifle resting across my lap, listening to the silence. My nerves were taut. I realized how thin the walls were and how exposed I was out here. No neighbors for miles. No phone signal. If someone wanted to break in, I was vulnerable. Night fell slowly, turning the forest into a black wall outside my small windows. The wind rose, whistling through the trees. The fire sputtered, then died. Forgotten wood in the stove. Darkness closed in, swallowing the cabin whole. Around midnight, I woke to a noise. Footsteps crunching on the gravel outside the porch. Slow, deliberate steps. My heart pounded. I grabbed the rifle, hands trembling. The porch light was off, but I could make out a dark figure standing just beyond the porch steps. I didn't speak or move, just stared through the window. The figure stood motionless for minutes, then turned and disappeared into the forest. I waited, every muscle tense, listening to the night sounds swallowing the footsteps. I couldn't sleep the rest of the night. When dawn finally came, I locked the door again, checked my supplies, and wondered what to do next. I thought about leaving immediately, but the nearest town was 2 hours away. The roads were rough and my car was old. I decided to stay one more day, hoping it was just a passing hiker or hunter. The next day, I tried to stay busy, fixing the leaky roof, cleaning inside. Yet I caught glimpses of movement at the edge of the trees, shadows flickering just out of sight. I saw footprints again, closer this time, near the back of the cabin where I had set up my little compost pile. By evening, I realized I wasn't alone out here. Someone was watching, following me. My sense of safety evaporated. I thought about the rifle, about how helpless I felt. That night, I stayed awake, fire roaring, rifle by my side. The footsteps returned, this time louder, faster. Someone was pacing the clearing. Then I heard voices, low murmurs carried by the wind. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was hostile. I crouched near the door, heart racing. Suddenly, a rock smashed against the window. Shards exploded inward, glass cutting my arm. Panic surged. I grabbed the rifle, checked the chamber, and aimed toward the broken window. No one was there, only darkness. I decided then I wouldn't wait for morning. I needed to leave. I packed what I could: food, water, rifle, and slipped out the back door. The forest was a maze of shadows, but I moved quickly, following the dirt road. I kept looking back. No one followed. The wind was quiet. Hours later, I reached the highway and finally a gas station. The attendant was surprised to see me, dirty and tired. I told him a vague story about trouble at the cabin, needing to leave. He nodded, handing me coffee. Back in town, I called the rental agency. They confirmed that the cabin was on private land, and the owner had warned them some locals sometimes trespassed. Nothing official, just rumors of hunters ignoring boundaries. The agency apologized and said they would investigate. I never went back to Pine Ridge Cabin. That experience stayed with me for years. The feeling of being watched, of someone invading your space in the middle of nowhere, no way to call for help. It was terrifying. It wasn't ghosts or monsters, just real people with real intentions. That kind of fear is raw and heavy. I learned that sometimes the scariest stories don't come from myths or legends, but from the simple reality of being vulnerable in the wilderness, surrounded by strangers who don't care if you're there or not. It was the fall of 1998 when I first set foot in the woods near Pine Ridge, Vermont. I was 27 years old then, tired of the constant noise of city life and desperate for some peace. My name is Jake Thompson, and this cabin was my escape. A small, weathered wooden structure tucked deep into the pine forest, far from any neighbors or roads. I had rented it through a family friend who once owned the place but moved away. The idea was simple. 1 week alone, no distractions, just me, the trees, and the silence. From the moment I arrived, the air smelled crisp and clean, a mixture of pine needles, damp earth, and a faint hint of smoke from the old stone fireplace inside the cabin. The sun was already low behind the mountains, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers over the uneven dirt path leading to the cabin. I parked my beaten-up truck next to the small porch, the tires crunching over dry leaves and twigs. The cabin itself wasn't fancy. 2 rooms, a tiny kitchen with a cast-iron stove, a wooden table scarred by years of use, and a small bedroom with a cot and a thin mattress. No electricity, no running water, just a well outside and a rusted old outhouse a few steps behind the cabin. Perfect for what I wanted. I unloaded my gear, backpack, cooler with some canned food, fresh water, a couple of books, and my hunting rifle. Not because I planned to hunt, but because I liked the sense of security it gave me in a place so remote. The previous owner warned me to lock the cabin well at night. Wildlife wasn't the only thing to worry about in those woods, he said vaguely, but I shrugged it off as an old man's paranoia. That first evening, I lit a fire in the fireplace, the crackling flames casting a warm orange glow that pushed back the creeping cold of autumn. I cooked a simple meal, canned beans and a bit of bread, then settled into the cot with a book. The quiet was unlike anything I'd experienced. No cars, no sirens, no chatter. Just the soft whistle of the wind through the trees and the occasional snap of a twig from some unseen animal. The next few days passed slowly. I hiked the trails, took photographs of the forest, and enjoyed the solitude. The trees were tall and thick, the underbrush dense and tangled. I spotted deer, a few squirrels, and once, from a distance, a large black bear. Nothing too alarming, but the isolation started to weigh on me. Even though I told myself I wanted to be alone, the silence sometimes felt too heavy, like it was pressing down on me. Nights were the hardest. The wind would howl through the gaps in the cabin walls, and shadows danced wildly in the firelight. I double-checked the locks every evening, though nothing had happened. On the 5th night, I heard noises outside, soft footsteps crunching in the leaves. I froze, heart pounding, rifle in hand. I strained to listen, but whatever it was moved away quickly. Probably a deer or some raccoon, I told myself, trying to steady my breath. Then, the next morning, something was off. The door to the outhouse was open, swinging slowly on its hinges. I was sure I had closed it the day before. I walked over to check. Nothing seemed disturbed inside, but on the ground nearby were footprints, boots, maybe a size 10, heading toward the trees. They weren't mine. I felt a chill. I debated whether to leave immediately, but the truck was a good 20 minutes away on a rough dirt road, and I had no cell signal, no way to call for help. I stayed, telling myself I was overthinking it. The following night, I kept the fire going late, watching the flames, waiting for sleep to come. Suddenly, a sharp noise, metal scraping against wood, came from outside. I grabbed the rifle and crept to the window. In the faint moonlight, I saw a figure crouched near the porch. A man, dressed in dark clothes, hood up, face turned away. I held my breath, not sure what to do. The man seemed to be prying at the lock on the cabin door. Panic surged through me. I whispered to myself to stay calm. Slowly, I backed away and grabbed my flashlight and extra batteries from the kitchen. Shining the beam toward the man made him freeze and then sprint into the woods, disappearing among the trees. I bolted out the door after him, heart pounding, but he was gone. That was the moment I realized I wasn't just a guest in the woods. I was being watched, maybe even targeted. The next day, I scouted the area, looking for signs of the man. I found more boot prints, some broken branches, and trash left behind. An empty soda can, a plastic lighter. Whoever he was, he'd been close. I fortified the cabin as best I could, stacking heavy logs against the door, securing windows with old boards I found. My mind raced with possibilities. Was this some local trying to scare off renters? A homeless person seeking shelter? Or worse, someone with more sinister plans? The sixth night was the worst. Around midnight, a loud banging started at the cabin door. I didn't hesitate this time. I grabbed my rifle and positioned myself behind the door, waiting. The banging stopped after a few moments, but then I heard voices, muffled, low, angry, coming from just outside. I realized I was not only isolated from civilization, but completely vulnerable. I couldn't call for help. The closest neighbor was miles away. The truck was buried under leaves and brush, maybe blocked by fallen trees from recent storms. I was alone. I stayed awake all night, listening, waiting, flashlight and rifle at the ready. No more banging, no more footsteps, just the wind. Morning came and I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed everything quickly, double-checked the locks, and left the cabin. The forest felt different, darker somehow. The path back to the truck was longer than I remembered, the trees seeming to close in around me. When I reached my truck, I found deep scratches along the driver's side door and several nails hammered into the tires. Someone had been here. Close. I started the engine, careful to check the mirrors and rearview camera. The road was empty. I drove out slowly, eyes scanning every shadow, every tree line. I kept thinking I'd see the man again, but I didn't. Back in town, I reported what happened to the local sheriff. They took my statement but said there was no one else around the area and no reports of trespassers or threats. Probably just some local kids messing around, they said. But I knew better. The man was real. I had seen him. After that week, I never went back to Pine Ridge. I stayed in the city, took a job closer to home, and avoided the woods. Sometimes I still wonder who that man was and what he wanted. Did he mean to scare me off? Did he want to hurt me? I'll never know. But one thing is clear, I was lucky to get out when I did. It was the fall of 2013 when I found myself trapped in a nightmare I never saw coming. I was 27 then, living in a small town in northern Wisconsin, near the dense woods that stretched for miles, thick with pines and maples. I worked construction, a decent but grueling job, and I wasn't one for trouble. I liked quiet places, the kind of spots most people skipped over, the kind of places where you could get lost in your own thoughts. But that fall, my thoughts turned into fear. I didn't know the people who would bring me there. Not at first. I only knew their faces by the time I was trapped in that cabin, surrounded by shadows and quiet sounds of the forest. The first sign that something was wrong was when I accepted a ride from a man named Eric. I met Eric at a bar in town. He seemed friendly enough, easygoing in the way some men are when they're trying to make new friends. He told me about a job, work that paid well and was easy if you were careful. It was odd that he approached me, but I was tired and the pay sounded good, so I agreed to meet later. The next day, I followed him in his old pickup truck deep into the woods. The road became narrower, then rougher, until it was little more than a dirt track. After about an hour, he stopped at a small clearing. In the middle of it stood a cabin made of rough logs, old and weathered. It looked like no one had been there for a long time, the windows boarded up and the roof sagging. Eric unlocked the door with a key he pulled from his pocket and pushed it open. Inside, the place smelled of damp wood and old smoke. The air was cold and stale, even though it was early October and the sun was still warm. He motioned for me to come inside. At first, I thought it was just a simple hideout, maybe a place to store tools or take breaks during their work. But there was no one else there, just Eric and me. Then the others came. They didn't appear all at once. Over the next few hours, a handful of men and one woman showed up. None of them smiled or said much. Their eyes were cold, scanning me carefully. They looked rough, tattoos, scars, hard faces. They wore heavy jackets even though the cabin was stuffy, and their hands were always near their pockets or belts. I felt like a stranger in their world, a visitor who had stumbled into something dangerous. Eric introduced me quietly, not with words, but with a look. The kind of look that tells you this is serious and you're not in control anymore. I could see it in their eyes. Suspicion, readiness, a silent warning. The next hours dragged like a weight. They moved with purpose, checking weapons, preparing things I couldn't fully understand. When night came, the cabin grew colder. We didn't speak. The only sounds were the crackling of a small fire in the stone hearth and the occasional creak of the old wood as the wind pushed against the cabin walls. I realized then that I was no longer just a worker. I was a prisoner of sorts. They watched me like a hawk, never letting me out of sight. There was a small window, but it looked out into dense woods with no clear path. I knew running wasn't an option. As the night went on, I pieced together what was going on. This group wasn't just some random crew. They were criminals. They were hiding out here, using the cabin as a base. They talked about plans, about money, about people they owed and who owed them. There was talk of violence, threats against others, and a strong sense of desperation. I didn't belong there, and I could feel it. They didn't trust me, and I didn't trust them. I had to find a way out before things got worse. The next day was worse. They made me help with chores, carrying supplies from the truck, chopping wood, cleaning the cabin. It was hard labor, and the air was thick with tension. Every move I made was watched. The woman, Lisa, was the one who looked at me most sharply. She didn't say much, but her eyes said everything. Don't try anything stupid. I learned their names slowly. Eric was the leader, cold and calculating. Mike was the muscle, always ready to explode. Danny was quiet but dangerous. Lisa seemed the only one who had any real control besides Eric. They were all connected through a string of crimes, robberies, assaults, drug deals gone wrong. They were hiding, waiting for a chance to move again. I tried to stay calm. I didn't make sudden movements. I didn't speak unless spoken to. But inside, fear gnawed at me. Days passed. I lost track of time. The woods outside were alive with the sounds of animals, the rustling of leaves, the calls of birds. But inside the cabin, the air was thick with suspicion and fear. One night, a storm rolled in. The wind howled through the trees and rain battered the roof. Lightning lit up the small windows, casting fleeting shadows on the walls. I sat by the fire, muscles tense. Outside, the forest seemed wild and endless. I thought about running, about trying to escape through the storm. But I knew it was no use. The woods were too thick, and I was no survival expert. Then I heard the truck outside. Eric and Mike were coming back, later than usual. I watched through the cracked window as the truck's lights faded into the trees. They had been gone all day. When they returned, they brought a stranger. A man, bruised and bloody, dragged into the cabin. He was shaking, pleading silently. The others ignored him, but I saw the fear in his eyes. He was caught, like me, trapped in the grip of these criminals. That night, the cabin was colder than ever. I lay on the wooden floor, heart pounding. I knew my chance had to come soon, or I wouldn't make it out alive. Over the next few days, the group grew more restless. They argued in low voices, making plans to move the money they had stolen. It was clear they wouldn't stay here much longer. The cabin was just a temporary hideout. I watched, waited, and planned. I learned their routines, the times they were away, when they slept, when the weapons were left unattended. I found a small knife under the floorboards, hidden during some previous visitors' stay. One morning, as dawn broke over the pines, Eric left with Mike and Danny to check a trap line they set deep in the woods. Lisa stayed behind, cooking breakfast quietly. I took my chance. I grabbed the knife and slipped out of the cabin, heart hammering in my chest. The woods were dense and dark. I ran blindly at first, branches scraping my face, roots threatening to trip me. I didn't stop to look back. I didn't know where I was going, just away. After what felt like hours, I stumbled onto a logging road. I followed it, hoping for a sign of civilization. The sun was rising, casting pale light through the trees. My clothes were torn, my body aching, but I kept going. Finally, I saw a car parked by the side of the road. A man was standing nearby, looking surprised as I collapsed beside his vehicle. He called for help, and soon I was safe. The police came, and I told them everything. They found the cabin, the criminal stash, and arrested them soon after. The man I saw in the cabin was rescued too, shaken but alive. Months later, I moved away from Wisconsin. I never went back to the woods. The memories stayed with me. The cold nights, the silent threats, the faces of those criminals. But I survived. I fought for my life, and in the end, I escaped the darkness of that cabin.